Welcome to Knowledge and Relationships here on YouTube and Twitch. This is your boy M3, and I can't wait to start cooking you folks, right? Especially about this dumb church topic, right? So let's go ahead and get things started with Lola and Mr. Intellectual Soapbox. So,
Yo,
what's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
we did.
So, once again, man, we're having like another church topic. We haven't had one of those like for like a minute. So, wait a minute, hold on, I got the wrong glasses on. Hold on, there we go. So, it's gonna be pretty fun and interesting because unfortunately, religion is supposed to be like a place, right? Or church. It's supposed to be a place where we all gather together, kumbaya, have a good time, and praise the Lord, right? But on the contrary, it doesn't seem like that. So, but anyways, here we go. Has religion been used to hold back the African American community? So that's what we're going to be talking about, folks. And we're just getting started. We're trying to wait for more people to show up. So far, we got 5 people on the YouTube side that's watching us. So thank you guys and ladies, and definitely get the likes up. Shout outs to Mr. Intellectual Soapbox, for this lively topic, because it's gonna be fire though, But I can't say about some of the people who are religious. I think to them it's gonna be like, oh, here we go again, knowledge relationships bashing religious people again. But no, it's not even like that. It's just that we're just getting down and speaking truth and facts and personal opinions to it. Everyone has a perspective, whether if you like it or not. What's your thoughts, Mr. Best and Lola?
Ladies first, Lola, rock out.
All right.
Well, I would say, first of all, I have to ask, what religion are we talking about?
Say again?
Which religion are we specifically referring to? Or are we talking about all religions?
It pretty much depends on what religion that you grew up around or experienced, and what did you like or dislike. Basically, it could be anything. But what's the most common religion that Black folks usually turn to, and wind up getting destroyed because of the religion that they practice in?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in that regard, and I'll speak kind of loosely right now, I feel that every religion has there's a way. Okay, where there's a will, there's a way. If you have a will to be rebellious, there's always a path that you can take that will be derailed by whatever your belief system is.
Mm-hmm.
If you get involved with a particular religion because it just fancies you in terms of, you like the title or it's whatever it could be, and it's not it's not a genuine connection with source, then obviously that's your life is going to show a clear contradiction. So it's not the religion, it's you. And I think that goes across the board. I don't think that's remote to any specific religion, because we can see the same examples in every single religion. But I'll leave it there.
You said you're racist? Say that last part again.
No, I said I just think that we find the same examples in every single religion. So I would say it's across the board. But for now, I'll leave that point there.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm already handling Razik, man. I got that.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just giving a shout outs to Marion. Thank you for tuning in. Razik, thank you for tuning in as well too.
What's going on, y'all?
Let's see. But yeah, Mr. Best, what's your opinion to it?
My opinion is this, right? Like, I think at the end of the day, like, we just gotta look at like how things are in the community, right? Like how things are being formatted and how our community is structured, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, for instance, right? When we look at our communities, right? How many times do we look and see like, all right, you know what I mean? When we just see different things that are put in our communities, right? But then we look at other people in other communities and why they don't have the same structure, right? Like why they don't have a bunch of liquor stores everywhere, why they don't have a bunch of Chinese restaurants and McDonald's and all this BS food, but yet if I go to a nice community in their community, they are serving food that's detailed to their community. You know what I mean? And it could be like a little Italy or a little China or just an affluent community of another culture, right? They'll have food that's dedicated to the embodiment and to the health of that culture. You know what I mean? Or to where they're from. You know what I'm saying? But with us, that ain't it. Right? We giving the worst food. Even our supermarkets are trash. Like complete garbage, trash. I mean, like, our supermarkets is garbage. But if you go to that same supermarket and you go to the one that's in a nice community, it's gonna be different. It's gonna be different. Heck, even as bad as fast food is for you, which is completely garbage and trash. Y'all, and look, we know this. Okay, y'all know when y'all go to Burger King in the hood and you go to Burger King in that nice community, it's different. You know it's different. You know what I'm saying? They give you more ketchup packets. The fries are actually fresh. You know what I mean? You know, it feel like you tasting like a real burger, even though it's not. Like, like everything different. The experience is different. They nicer. You know what I'm saying? Your bag is actually clean that they put the food in. Your cup is actually clean. There ain't no stains on it. Like nothing. Like it's just perfect, right? You go to Burger King in the hood, right? You may see some rodents. You may see a lot of different things going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, dude's gonna be probably maybe standing outside. You know what I mean? Shout out to Tina Towers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, you may see a host of things going on, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, hell, you may even get some vermin in your food without notice. But you go to a nice community, that ain't happening. That ain't happening. It's clean. Everybody's sitting orderly. You know what I mean? The garbage you don't smell the garbage. You know what I mean? When you pull up. You know what I mean? Like, you don't, ain't none of that going on. You know what I mean? You're like, dang, like, I need to go to this one over here. You know what I'm saying? They ask you if you need more help. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this could be a McDonald's, right? Sir, do you need anything else? Would you like some more coffee? Like, I'm at McDonald's, right? But you go to McDonald's in the hood, it's like, yo, what you want? Number 2, all right. And then sometimes you order the food in the hood, they take forever. Yo, you gotta give us 10 minutes on the fries. 10 minutes on the fries, huh? It's fast food. That's what we be able to get in and get out. You know what I mean? Like that's what it's called, fast food for. But now, and like I'm just giving an example. So like, so it's just like when we see those differences and we break it down to, especially when we look at like how the religious thing is brought out, like it's like, you know what I mean? Why, like when it comes to religion thing, like we always ask to forgive, right? We always ask forgive. You know what I mean? When it's them, when it's us, like they don't care if we shoot it out in the street, broad daylight in front of the kids. Like, you know what I mean? They don't care if we shoot a rocket launcher in the hood and blow up a car. Like, they don't care. But if it's one of them, forgive. We always told to forgive. We always told, look at what Jesus would do. We always talk about, look at the Bible. That's what we told all the time, right? You know what I mean? What, you know, somebody of another race can come and kill your whole fam, the whole fam at a picnic, and you were told that they have a mental illness and you should forgive them. This is what you told, right? You always told this. You know what I mean? Look at Jesus. What would Jesus? What would Allah do? Isn't he full of love? You should love them. When it's us, ain't none of that. When it's us, let's go get them Negroes. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And hell, y'all notice even the cops in the hood be knowing when the beef be going on, and they don't be doing nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? But let it be somebody of another race. Like they're gonna make sure that you can't really get to them, or they're gonna make sure there's an investigation going on and all that other shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Okay. So like,
it's just facts.
Yeah, all right. So my question is, right, because you mentioned, hold on for a second. Shout out to Quantum Love. Has religion been used to hold back the African American community? Yes, right.
Quantum, what up?
You know, and Quantum, you know, if you want to come up, you know, just holler at, you know, Mr. Intellectual Soapbox, and then, you know, he'll send you like a private link, but because we want to hear your perspective on it. But okay, Mr. Intellectual Soapbox, right? Okay, when you was breaking it down into certain neighborhoods, right? Certain like, you know, areas like the hood, right? So one of the things that I want to ask you, and also salutes to Von Eric, thank you for tuning in. So one of the questions I want to ask you is that, like, okay, is the level of respect, like, you know, church, or maybe the structure, okay, does certain areas play a part to it? Meaning, like, okay, because, you know, there's churches in the hood, there's churches in the ghetto, the streets or whatever, but then there's churches, like, you know, in the well prestige type of neighborhoods, the ones that is very safe. And usually, you know, from my experience, you know, you can kind of tell when there's a ghetto church, small little building with the windows up or whatever. You know, you could just see through anything. And then you have like the mega churches, right, where it has, like, you know, the pearly, like, you know, white gates or whatever. You know, the little security dog and all that other stuff. Almost like the Mormon Temple in Oakland. And salutes to Rico Young too.
Yeah, Mr. Rico, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Mr. Rico, check your messages, man. You can definitely come up, you know what I mean? I don't know if Bro Clarence told you anything, but yeah, you can definitely come up. So yeah, highlight it.
But M3, well, let me give you a little bit of pushback on that, because essentially the question is, well, is religion being used against a certain community or the Black community?
Well, yeah, there's a hold the Black community back.
Right, but well, okay, well, that's a different context. Is religion holding us back versus is it being used against us? The first implies that there's intent behind it, meaning there's someone else that is using religion to fool or to sway another community in a certain direction. The latter just asks the question of, are we beyond religion? Do we need religion? That's the undertone there, and that's very different. So that's why I'm asked. That's why I want to be clear when we talk about, you know, religion, how, in what context? Because I mean, obviously we'll get deeper into it, but that's why I'm such a stickler on that.
Basically, like, you're just asking me, like, in what part of religion that most of us like will worship. Well, let's just say, for instance, you know, most Black folks, they usually turn into Christianity, and you hear Christianity like a whole lot. So for me, because, like, you know, I grew up in a Christian background, you know, I could speak more from my own experience, but I can't say, like, hey, like, you know, Lola, let's talk about, like, you know, Christianity, because maybe, you know, you probably grew up as a you know, Baptist or whatever, or you probably grew up Mormon, or maybe, you know, you was an atheist like your whole entire life. I don't really know. All I can say is that we have to put things into a certain category, because religion is a form of anything that you worship. And here's the thing, it don't even have to be like a cult-like type of worship, because to me, in my personal opinion, with religion, Rico, check your IG. I think Mr. Intellectual already sent it to you.
Yeah, I sent you a text.
Okay. But the thing is that, okay, like, anything,
I got him.
Yeah, oh, no problem. Anything that you worship, you know, is a part of religion. To me, in my opinion, that is. Now, look, I could be wrong, but that's just from the way how I see things. You know, you could worship a certain type of plant, you know, and then next thing you know, you could grab your certain type of members and be like, yo, this plant gave me life holistically. You know, I feel great. And if you worship this plant, you know what I mean, we could all be stoned out. So
well, I agree with you that it can mean that, meaning the definition of that word and that concept is a little fluid. However, the word does mean to bind back, or to that which you have a contract with, to bind. So when going back to Mr. Best's point about people that, or the way Black people act in their own communities in terms of business versus outside, that's a form of religion, meaning that, for instance, if when I'm in an affluent community, right, I don't throw trash, I speak to people, I have a certain etiquette, but the minute I go around any group of people, that changes, and now I'm loud, I'm rude, I have no decorum, none of that. That's a my religion, because now I'm conforming to something, a contract that says when I'm in front of A, I act one way. When I'm in front of B, I act another way, just sheerly out of conformity to a specific mindset, culture, or whatever. But it's all religion when you talk about anything you do religiously, like that's your religion. You are, in a sense, worshiping something, that concept, because worship means to hold in high worth. So you are worshiping that. And I mean, because I don't want us to think that religion is simply Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, or any other similar religion. That's not just religion. Worshiping the devil, obviously, or Satan, the Satanist church.
That's a religion as well too.
And the atheist people that get together, that's another form of religion, because the difference between the atheist and the religious person is just a different belief system. Like literally, like they don't get that, but it's another religion. It's just the other side of Christianity in my book. But just because you believe one thing and the next person believes a different, both of you have beliefs that you're working on, so you're both religious. So that's why I don't count atheists outside of the religious community, because they are a religion unto themselves.
Oh, I would never. No, I'm with you, Lola. Right? Like that's why I mentioned, like, you could even be atheist. You know what I mean? Practice the art of atheism. You could even form, a church based off of your disbelief or disdain, for God or for Jesus Christ, however you want to call him. You know, so everyone, who practice the art, right? I don't care if to make it simple, right? Whether if you worship, in praise, or you worship in hatred, that's still a part of that religion. That's why I'm making it more broad open for anyone, because I don't want to get stuck with just like, a Christianity topic. However, I can only speak from what I personally grew up around and what I personally like experienced. But to be honest with you, in clear context, no matter what you worship, people are still going to be people. People are still going to have the same type of attitude, but there's a pattern, and the pattern is that people are going to act and treat you in a certain type of way. They're going to always think that they're better or beyond, above than the next person. Even the people who don't believe in God, or hate God, will still think they're better because, well, man, MP, practice Christianity. I'm better than him because he's foolish enough to believe that in a being that doesn't even exist. I could have been like, a holy endowed type of Christian, and be like, you know what, Lola, like, doesn't read the Bible or whatever. I'm better than her because, like, I go to church and she doesn't. So, but even though I don't go to church anymore, but I'm just throwing a point out there.
Well, I get what you're saying, but keep in mind that all of that is rooted in people's beliefs, not in anything factual. So, at the end of the day, people's beliefs is what makes them feel that they're better. Like, you have people believing they're better because of their skin tone. People believe they're better because of their education, despite the fact anybody can go to the library and get the same education. Like, that belief is at the root of all of that. It's not facts. Like, there's no facts to say that anybody is better. Now, there is certain things that might be superior in terms of its usefulness. Yeah. And I think that might be at the crux of this conversation. That, well, how is religion useful to Black people in 2022 versus, let's say, 1722? How is religion useful now? Those two at a different time.
Sister Lola, hold on 1 second, Sister Lola, hold on. Hold on one second. Can you hear me?
Right?
Oh.
That's a whole nother
I don't know if she
conversation.
can hear me. Can she hear me?
Hold on for a second, Mr. Oh, Lola, can you hear us?
Oh, you can't hear me?
We can hear you, but can you hear us?
I think my computer doing that janky thing. Hold on, struggle streaming. Wait a minute. I gotta
come out and then come back in.
Yeah. I wanna give a shout out. We want to give a shout out to non-relationship family. Misunderstood. What's going on, family? What's going on? Brother Razik, you know what I mean? Whenever you're ready to share, you can definitely share. You know what I mean? We'll give you your time. Mr. Rico, what's going on?
Everything's great, sir. Thank you.
Okay, good.
No problem.
Rico, how you doing, Razik?
Razik eating right now, though.
Oh, okay, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm here, bro. I'm here.
Okay.
So Razik, can you share now? Because are you able to share now?
I'll let somebody else go. I got one more taco to eat up. I'll be back.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah.
Brother Rico, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. What is your thoughts on the topic?
No, I mean, I just been sitting back, listening, absorbing, enjoying the conversation. I ain't ready to jump. I'm just like, oh, okay, and you know me, y'all talking religion. I'm like, yeah. It's I had a lot of thoughts about everything, but to be honest with you, I'm just sitting back. I'm absorbing. I don't have any pushback with anybody. There's a lot of understanding that I'm getting out of it. Ain't nobody gonna make me more or less religious. I'm where I am. I'm still where I am, but I'm really enjoying hearing the different perspectives. And that's what I think is great. Is that hearing, M3 and Miss Lolo's perspective about it? It's like, it's great. It's dynamite. Doesn't change anything for me, but it's nice to hear. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna hush right now because this ain't my wheelhouse. And when I have something to drop in or a question or a thought, because I will push back and ask with a question or a thought, but for me, religion, I'll just say this. For me, I did hear a little bit, which was kind of funny towards the end. I think you got M3 and you, Miss Lola, was talking a little bit about the atheist. And I'm not an atheist, just to say that. But for what I will say, I think I spoke about it before on a couple of platforms, that the world's becoming more secular, meaning that more people are, I think the growth of non-religious people is getting higher and religious people is continuously getting lower. So fewer and fewer people are claiming religion and more people are claiming to be non-religious. I don't know if that's atheism, agnostic, or whatever the case may be. I just found that interesting the way you guys discussed it. And at some point, maybe that'll be the bigger religion. Because right now the big three is Christianity, Islam, and Judaism are the major three. But I think all three are about to be surpassed. So that's just my thought. I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Best.
Say it again, Rico.
I said I'll turn it back over to you.
Oh, okay. My bad. You know what I'm saying? I just want to say also, Rico, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Your knowledge and relationship jersey is back on fold.
I saw you call me, right? I'm trying to get ready for my vacation. I saw you call me like, oh shit. And then I said, let me hit. I did say this to Clarence the other day. You guys don't have y'all notifications are terrible.
Oh shit.
Seriously, because I'm subbed to you guys, right? I get no notification. And I told Clarence earlier, I was like, well, damn, I know they normally have a show every night, but when I clicked onto your page earlier, I didn't see nothing upcoming, anything. So I was like, well, damn. How
you gotta hit the bell. You gotta hit the bell, and then you gotta hit all. You gotta hit that bell that's on the YouTube joint. You gotta hit all.
Okay, well, let me check my shit because it's like Clarence told me like go to videos, hit upcoming, and it'll tell you what's scheduled. And I was like, I don't see anything. So I don't know if I don't know when the hell they're going to do the next show.
You know what? This would probably help. Let's take an intermission, right, where we could actually like show them how to like actually hit the notification bell, because not a lot of people know how to do that.
Yeah, you know, I'm just sitting there saying like, I get no notifications from you guys. I usually see y'all just stumbling. Oh shit, they doing something. But other than that, other channels, I get notifications. Oh, wow. I get nothing from you guys. Never.
All right, no worries, Rico. I got you.
We saw that today.
It could be me, but I get it from everybody else.
Let me go ahead and play this intermission real quick, everybody, and teach Rico how to hit the bell. Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you guys and ladies enjoy like our intermission. Right there, we was teaching Rico and everyone else how to click that notification bell. So hopefully Rico, you know, I know he's old school, you know what I mean? But hopefully Rico, now you understand how to take that little mouse, you know, and then click the notification bell.
Thank you, sir.
No problem, though. You know, we understand the struggle, you know.
I needed that.
Old folks.
I needed that.
Nah, you good.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Razi. So welcome to you know, tonight's like, you know, topic. So for tonight, right? And I'm glad that you cammed up, right? Because, you know, for our guests, right, we're gonna give, you know, our guests like 5 minutes before, you know, we send you guys like back into like the YouTube chat. For you, because you have your camera on, it's 5 minutes. But if you did not have your camera, we'll give you 3 minutes.
Well, good evening to everybody. You know what I'm saying? As always.
What's good, bro?
If it's okay, can you reiterate the question that was specifically asked? If it's all right.
All right. So one of our free-flowing questions were, you know, what was your experience, you know, just growing up or just, you know, surrounding yourself around with people with a religious background? Now, most common for Black folks will mostly say like Christianity, but it could be anything. You probably didn't grow up like with a lot of Christians. You probably grew up with people that was like, you know, Buddhism, atheism, anything that you could think of that revolves in some type of religion. And it could be good or bad.
Oh, so you just okay. Mm-hmm. So you're just asking what was my experience?
Yeah, what was your experience? And then plus also, right, to give more context, tonight's topic is, has religion been used to hold Black folks back, basically?
Well, I was, you know what I'm saying, born and raised in the church, you know what I'm saying, faith temple, you know what I'm saying, church and God in Christ, you know what I mean. I've been baptized, been Christian as a child, you know what I'm saying, like the whole nine. I was on the usher board, sang, you know what I'm saying, in the choir, you know, as an early teen. But when I became around like 13, 14, like I first had met one of my uncles who's now deceased. When he first had showed me the effects of not eating pork, that was like my first introduction into Islam. And then after that, I was like blown away. You know what I'm saying? And I've never been a part of Christianity or subscribe to any of that. You know what I'm saying? That's probably been the last time that I've actually been in church. So I don't go. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't go out of my way to, you know, it's respected. You know what I'm saying? But it's definitely not my belief. Um, so, but I guess like to tie it into the topic. I'm not. I think a religion is a very dangerous thing. Because in Islam and Christianity, it speaks on this. And it talks about false idols. You know what I'm saying? Like worshiping. You know what I'm saying? Idolatry. You know what I'm saying? Worshiping. You know what I'm saying? False idols. In Islam specifically, the Arabic word is called shirk. You know what I'm saying? SHIRK. You know what I'm saying? Which means, what I'm saying, putting or worshiping any other god except Allah. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's like one of the most unforgivable sins that that according to that belief that is never eradicated. So, but yeah, I just think what I'm saying, people have their own agenda when it comes to religious beliefs, and they really step outside of what is already ordained. You know what I'm saying? Like the rules set forth. Like one prime example. I'm gonna let somebody else cook. I notice how in Christianity, a lot of times, even when you read like the book of Deuteronomy, when it talks about, what I'm saying, the things to eat and what not is, what I'm saying, allowed to eat, a lot of Christians do eat pork, you know what I'm saying? But in the book, it specifically states that you're not allowed to eat pork, you know what I'm saying? But, that's just one example of how, you know what I'm saying, Christians will, in my opinion, Christians will generally pick and choose what they want to believe out of the book. I'll go ahead and let somebody else offer some input.
I mean, well, you got like a minute and how many seconds left? Like a minute and 36 seconds or whatever. Counting down.
Well, I ain't gonna hold. I ain't gonna take up more time than what is actually your need. So,
man,
I pretty much been. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me make the time use for that. Like, okay. So with all those backgrounds, like the Islamic, background, you said like the pork and all that, right? Was it very helpful, learning from that part and putting that into practice?
I mean, yeah, that was kind of like the kickoff starting point.
Right.
Of what like started like a domino effect of just diving into a long rabbit hole of like a multitude of things, not just including Islam, but things that stem, from that. So that entailed like led me reading the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Book of Enoch, going back to Egyptian history, and just history in a whole sense. So not just with the Islamic or black, just wanting to be more intuitive and educational about just history. You know what I'm saying? Like world, history. Yeah. So it's not religion specific.
All right. Well, thank you, Rasi, for definitely tuning in. So so we're gonna see you back to the YouTube chat. But thank you, man. I appreciate it for joining for tonight's topic.
Yeah, family. Thanks for rocking out with us, baby.
Yeah, definitely for sure, man. Hey, we're gonna catch you next time. right.
Mr. Rico, did you get my message? You see my text?
No, I didn't get a text from you. Oh yeah. I did. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Yeah, I did.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, because you got a new number. So you came up as a number instead of the name.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's a new number. Yeah. Had to switch things around, with the rebranding. You know what I mean?
That's all well and fine. And I'll just say this again. Came in on the tail end, and now getting a little bit more full throated of an understanding of what the question is that I was brought up and raised up as a Black Southern Baptist, the traditional family lineage come out of the Carolinas and down the South and whatever. And to be honest with you, for me, it's really kind of funny because while my grandparents were very religious, my mother was very unreligious. I don't know what the fuck happened between them and her, but she had just made it in her mind at whatever point she was going to be as unreligious. My mother was never anti-religious, but she was as unreligious as a person could be. And she kind of raised me and my siblings that way. So we never grew up with I knew about religion because of my grandparents, so it was like, it was kind of weird. It's like, I knew like, oh, okay, my mama right here, who I bet not never buck, who ain't got a lick of religion, but her mama over top of her is very religious. So it was like kind of weird. And when you go through that dynamic, my mother never told us anything against religion. She just never told us anything in favor of it. Okay. So I don't know if it was like something that was going on between her and her parents why she was so rejecting of it. And then all my friends, their parents or grandparents was kind of like the same way. So I knew all about the Southern Baptist. You go to church at 11 o'clock on Sundays, and you be like, Lord, we're going to be out before the game start. 11 in the morning, right? Like, shit, we got to do the second service. And on and on and on and on. So I know about all that. Okay. Where you would be there, be like, oh, God, go to church, we're going to be here till 6 p.m. And we're going to, it's like, so I knew all that. But I literally grew up as, and growing up, I was, born and raised in Washington, D.C. We were just like very detached. So it's like, that the church exists, but then to know it exists, and I don't know if maybe my mother didn't feel accepted, because to be honest, I grew up never feeling very accepted by church. I didn't. I just didn't think that there was just like, so when we, your conversation is like, what was your topic? Did the black church fail? Did the church fail black people? I think in a lot of ways it did.
No, it's not that the black church failed black people. It's the religion failed black people, because black people are not all Christian. And there's different sects of Christianity that one would say are not in the same category. So it's not simply about religion. But I will say, to your point about the difference between your mother and your grandmother, keep in mind the generational gap between your mother and your grandmother in terms of what was going on when they were children. Honestly, your mother's generation may have felt that religion has done nothing for them, and they see it in a real practical way, whereas your grandparents may have come out of the 1800s. That's all they had. They didn't have anything else. That's the only thing that gave them hope. Nowadays, religion isn't what's giving black people hope. It's more like, demand for politics. It's more like, it's not that your mother, like you said, she was not opposed to it, because if it helps you inside as a better person, you should be doing it. I always advocate, if somebody has become a better person in the church, you do not try to drag them to the mosque. Like things like that. That's not what you do. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm sure your mother instilled morale in you and the understanding of why you have a responsibility to do the right thing. That doesn't necessarily always have to come under the confines of religion. Although religion, it's a way to do it, but the problem with religion is when you're telling children about religion and rules, you run into some holes, and what happens? Those children start filling them holes, and they don't say anything. But when they grow up, you start realizing, okay, that hole never was fixed, and now it's manifesting in a different way. Key point: nowadays, you don't see too many children moving out of religion. You just don't, because there's too many holes in it that don't address their needs right now. It does not.
Say that again one more time. Just repeat it back to what you just said.
Right
so
now,
you don't see too many children doing what?
Right now, most of the children are not moving out of religion. Like that's not how they're moving. It doesn't matter what religion they're in. They're not moving based on religion because religion does not address their current needs in 20.
But you said they're not moving out of religion, and you make me think like, so in other words, if a child is already in a religion,
right? Are they moving based on that religion? Yes.
Oh, okay. So I thought I heard you say they're not moving out.
Not physically moving out. I mean, when I say they move out,
right.
I just mean when they do a thing, when they meet life, are they meeting life based on their religion, or are they meeting life based on their own cognitive understanding?
Okay. But because that was and that's what I wanted to ask you too, right? Being a person a little bit younger than me, right? Because I'm young myself.
How old are you?
About 19. Okay. If I say I am. Okay. No, I'm just kidding. I'm too old. But I'm be 58 2 weeks.
Okay, well, I'm 40, so I'm not that young.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Well, you look very young. So kudos. Well, the reason I'm saying it is because when I was going to ask you, I don't know if you're a parent. Can I assume you're a parent? Okay. So, and the reason why I was going to ask you is because, like, for me, like, when I was telling you the whole dynamic about my mom, right? So my mom wasn't, I don't know what she was, but she didn't raise us to be very religious. Mm-hmm. And we did. So she didn't raise us to hate religion. She just didn't raise us. She just raised us. It's kind of weird, like neutral as hell. Like, nigga, figure it out. That sort of thing. She didn't say that, but you know what I'm saying? I kind of feel like that space was like, she didn't say nothing about church. People like, what about church? I'm like, what's church? And I feel, so even when it came to time for me being a father, and I was a single father, and I got married again, and so on and so forth, I raised my children very, and the way I describe it is as unreligious. I just did not have a religious household. There was no, we don't like religion. No, just like, whatever, it's Sunday. So just like yesterday was Saturday, nigga, today is Sunday. And tomorrow's gonna be Monday. And we just roll the week. So we just never even concentrate. Because I'm not going to church. I'm not making you go to church. I'm not worshiping in any way. I'm not making my children work. I didn't raise them in a household where we worshiped because I still never understood religion. So what you're saying is
you understand religion, you just don't understand it's useful to your life.
Yeah, or whatever. Yeah, I don't know how you couch it, but you're right. So now look at my sons now, and my oldest son is 36, 37. They're from 30-something. I have 5 sons from 36 to 26. And they're all very unreligious. And sometimes I feel a little bad, when I think about my grandchildren. And I'm like, fuck, am I making everybody go to hell because I didn't, you know what I'm saying? You get, I don't feel guilt because I still don't feel it. But then I also think like, well, what if I'm wrong? You know what I'm saying?
Keep in mind, right, when you go to church.
Just a little bit.
Okay, for instance, with church or in the masjid, when you or if you go practice one of the Indian religions, when they refer to their text, they refer to stories. These stories have certain lessons in them, right? And that's essentially all that you are drawing from. Those stories didn't happen, but you're drawing from the lessons on them. For me, I can go to a temple, I can go to the I can go to church, I can go to any type of religious ceremony and find meaning in the text, and but that's my personality. So I get closer to the source through all of that, right? And I sometimes I'll reference ancient sayings that come from religious orders that I'm not initiated into, but I have learned from that. That is religion. But you don't have to be under a set religion to still be following religion. However, if you feel guilt, it means that there's something that you're supposed to do. If you're feeling guilt, I don't feel
Stop.
which means that that's not my calling, but your calling is calling you, which is where that guilt is coming from. But as far as you being afraid that you're going to hell, be clear on what hell is before you start feeling like you're going there.
Right. Well, when I and again when I use it, fuck you, Clarence. Okay, I'm sorry, not you, love. All right. The guy next to you, he be busting my chops, right? Right. So even when I say that term, in my mind, I don't think of a figurative. I just say I say it because of the language that I've heard growing up. You don't go to hell. You don't like whatever. It's like I don't even have a lot of belief in the structures. I do believe there's a higher power. I just don't believe it in the way that it's been taught to me all my life. So, and I always tell people even like any particular religion, I was like, I don't know if I'm Christian, Jewish, Muslim. I don't know what the fuck I am. It's just like I believe in what I believe in, and when I've been to multiple different religious ceremonies, and I'm like, I gather a little bit of something out of each, but I never grab everything that fulfills me out of any. So I don't know what that makes me.
It doesn't make you anything. You're looking to conform to societal norms with type. That's what you're looking to. But keep in mind, like before there was this written text, people just had their ethnic religion, meaning your ethnic group is your religion. Before there was a Bible or Septuagint or any of these texts, people were not under a quote-unquote religion.
Yeah, because it's so regimented now. Right. Now it's like, if you don't like,
you could be from Greece, right, and you visit Egypt and you absorb that religion, take it back, use your own language, and now it's your religion. It's just now in your cultural context. There's nothing wrong with that, right? People say, well, it's stole. No, they went there and learned some shit. That's what they did. But at the end of the day, if you're saying that you don't know what you are and you feel uncomfortable with that, you have to be careful why you feel uncomfortable with that. Because you should feel uncomfortable with knowing who you are. But here's the problem. Religion obviously hasn't worked for you in terms of traditionalism at all. Going to church does not work for you because clearly you're thinking about something else on Sunday. Stuff like that. But at the end of the day, right, when you're out and about and let's say somebody needs help, do you feel the need to follow the teachings of Jesus or follow the teachings of Muhammad or follow the teachings of the Assyrian tradition or whatever the case may be? Do you feel the need to follow teachings that help guide you to where you need to be at spiritually? Do you feel the need to do that?
I feel the need, for me, for the most part, like I said, when I'm out and about as a person in the world,
Brother Rico, hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Rico, hold on. I want to give a shout out real quick. You know what I mean? Salute to OG Patrice. You know what I mean? OG Patrice, what's going on? OG Patrice, you definitely have the link. I sent it to you earlier. I guess OG kind of in the mix. You know what I mean? I know she's very busy. Also, I want to say salute You know what I mean? Tonight in Relationship Family, Bro Clarence, aka Let's Talk the Better Black Life. What's going on, Bro Clarence? I like the fitting, man. That fit look clean.
Shout out, thank you, brother. Yeah, man. Nah, man. I'm just coming over to just listen to a little bit of the conversation. You know what I mean? I see you got my brother over here, Brother Rico. So, got the sister, beautiful sister here. So, we just gonna be here. You know, pull Patrice up, another beautiful sister. So, you know, we have a good conversation.
Yes, sir.
But and I'll just say this is again, it's kind of weird though too. And again, it's like, no, I've never even started like people. I just learned the terminology like agnostic. And I was like, oh really? I never felt comfortable calling myself an atheist because you're like, you an atheist? Like, wait a minute. I'm not saying I don't believe, right? Because I do. And then it took me a while to discover the term agnostic. It's like, no. I was like, oh, so maybe I'm an agnostic that I do believe, but at least from my understanding, by the definition is an agnostic is a person who believes in a higher power, but they're unsure of what and how. And I'm like, oh, okay, then I guess I'm agnostic. But I've never told my kids that because I didn't know what the hell I was growing up.
Well, let me ask you this. Are you sure that that's the reason? Because
I'm not sure. That's what's crazy.
I'm feeling that
I don't know.
Children, that is because you're worried that if you take religion from them, you'll take their sense of morale from them. So I'm going to be honest with you. If you told everybody in the world, right, that seriously, there is no God, there's no heaven or hell, a lot of people will, the first thing humans will question is, I just don't so people would turn into a little better than dogs out here. So, and this is what I'm gonna say. Religion serves a purpose, but you have to understand the cutoff when it comes to religion and the purpose that it serves. Religion does guide the mind. It does. And a lot of times it helps people stay sane. But keep in mind, people need to stay sane. Some of us don't need to stay sane as much as others. So therefore, religion doesn't serve the same purpose with everybody that does. And in recent times, there's more people moving out of religion. But the question is, what are we moving into? Right? So, because now, if we're moving into nothingness in terms of what guides our judgment, that's another problem. Because we can talk all day about how religion doesn't serve the black community. But if we don't see where what we're currently doing or serving us, we just went from one pot to another pot. That's the only thing that doesn't fit to happen. So I don't, I feel like I don't get me wrong. I go after religious people all the time. I love busting up religion. However, I know my limit with that. I don't challenge people's beliefs because at the end of the day, your beliefs is what makes you who you are. Like it is. And as you think, so you are. So if you believe that Jesus saved you, and because of that, now you must give him back what he gave you in terms of good character. Who the hell am I to tell you don't have that character because of that? That doesn't make any sense. So how does that benefit us as a community? I feel like right now, and I'll give black people credit, that you've noticed there's less tension between religious groups now than it was, let's say, 19. You couldn't be a Muslim and just kind of be a certain way. Now it's a little different, but that's because we got technology and we're sharing ideas now, and more people are saying, well, wait a minute, religion just is something that helps guide you. But as far as like our movement forward as a people, yes, at the end of slavery, we could have used certain things in the Bible to help us get through. But now that slavery, let's say chattel slavery, is over, the Bible is taking on a new meaning. And people are taking it personal when we say religion doesn't serve us. However, spirituality does. Now, who's the guide on spirituality? That's a higher question that we have to answer for the next 200 years.
Okay, so if as a people now I can get the community conversation, right? I'm gonna take myself out of it, right? Because I'm big on community, the black community. So if in fact you said that, okay, as the black community, we forever for 400 plus years been guided by religion, for the most part.
Okay, for the most part.
For the most part, I mean, only until maybe the last 20 years have black people have started to step out of religion, because until then we followed it, if nothing but for tradition. My mama was a Baptist, my grandmama was a Baptist, I'm a Baptist. Right. Period. So, and then you said, okay, we're going to replace the religion with spirituality. So what is spirituality if not but religion? Because if spirituality, again, because I heard that you're defining it as something different, and in every religion there's a leader, quote unquote a leader, Allah, Jesus, whoever's for Buddhism and everything else, Judaism, there's a leader. Spirituality is so now you're saying we should describe spirituality, which is leaderless?
No. Spirituality isn't leaderless. It just puts the onus on the individual. That's a different leader.
So spirituality is we're all our own leaders.
Everyone is their own leader because every tub stands on its own bottom. But let me give you an example of the difference.
You want all black people to be in charge of themselves.
They are at the end of the day, but let me give you an example. Okay. Let me give you an example.
I'm going to challenge you.
Hey guys, I'm going to give you guys 2 more minutes before I let OG Patrice and Queens off.
Okay, let me say this real quick. Okay, religion tells you to believe that Jesus or your deity will send you a husband. You just got to stay how you are and just have faith that Jesus is going to drop them off on your doorstep. And because miracles happen, that's religion, right? Because miracles do happen, that's religion. Spirituality says, believe and walk as a wife, and nature and reality will form around you, period. Because that's physics. That's spirituality. But here's the thing, you hear the same thing in religious texts, but it's just not said the same way. So, but here's the problem, we can't keep on pouring over these 2,000-year-old books that don't speak to us in the way we need to. So that's more important than what's being said. So that's the difference. But again, some of us can extract that from these books, others not so much. But I'll let you have the last minute on that if you want to.
All right, take away, Rico.
No, that's good. I wanted to push back on that, and again, and the only thing I would say is if in fact your supposition is that we come out of organized religion as we've known it in the past, and we go into spirituality where everybody's gonna burn incense and
I didn't say that.
But no, because that is spiritual. Spirituality is one with you come in tune with yourself, correct?
That ain't spirituality for me, and trust me, I'm far from.
So
hold on. Look at my name. You know I'm far from that.
Okay. So then you're saying the same way we have varied religion, now we're gonna have varied spirituality.
No,
we have to have uniformity of something, right? As a community.
You don't have to. What you have to have is a surefire plan. That's what you have to have.
I disagree with that. Yeah, you gotta have some common code.
But you have to have a plan. That doesn't necessarily have to
3 seconds.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah, it has to be that, but it doesn't have to be that.
All right, time's up, everyone.
Spirituality plan, sis.
All right. All right, let's welcome OG Patrice and Queen Forever 2K. How you ladies doing tonight?
Good. How's everybody?
Oh, good. You know.
Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat. How's everybody? Is everybody good?
Yeah, we're good. We're well and we're pleasant, and we're happy to see you on here and Queen as well too. So
yes.
The nice relationship.
Let's talk about this question. I'm sorry.
Wait, what's that?
You might hear about our religion.
So, feel free, OG Patrice or Queen, to
what's the question?
Let me ask you guys this question. Okay, what would the world be like if religion never exists?
Oh hell no!
Okay, it seems like Queen will go first. Go ahead, Queen.
Oh hell no! I don't want to think about what this. Look at the world with it. Could you imagine without it? Oh hell no! No, I'm cool. I don't even want to envision that. I don't know, but it wouldn't be a place I would want to be.
Man, I think the world would be a better place.
No, yeah, okay, because I'm not even gonna say it. You tried to drag me in that. I'm cool. I ain't even gonna make a comment on that comment.
Hey, you was the first responder, so I'm just saying.
Yeah, okay, yeah. No,
right.
that's my answer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I answer real quick?
Hold on. Well, hold on, bro, Clarence. I gotta get to OG Patrice, and then I'll let you go answer next, okay?
Okay.
Now he could go ahead and cook. I'm not in no hurry. Go let the bro go ahead.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
You know what? That's a mighty nice sister right there.
Come on, long-winded.
Sometimes. All right, so anyway. What was the question again? I forgot.
What would the world be like?
Christ. How the hell you want to answer? You don't know the question.
Young man, leave me alone.
All the time, them three.
No, the question is that what would the world will be like?
What would the world
if religion never existed?
That way religion really existed. I could say it would be probably a little more chaotic. Because religion has done some good things. It's also reinforced some bad things and misinterpretations. So it would be not a good place, because you have to have certain. The most societies are based on a religious text, so we get our codes of conduct based on typically some of those religions. So if I see Rico, I want his wife, I can't just walk up to Rico and take his wife, right? Because that would be outside of the common codes of conduct. We need to have peace. In most society, you have to have common codes of conduct so we can have peace in the society, right? That's the ultimate goal, is for the society to be peaceful, right? But without religion, which was the base, most of us would be on a beast time. And beast time is, hey, I'm bigger than Rico. I'm faster than Rico. I can just take whatever Rico got. I can just take it from him, because that makes me right, because I'm bigger and I can take it from him. And that's one of the things that religion tries to thwart, is that thinking process, in my opinion. That didn't take too long.
No. It took like 5 minutes, but that was short. Laura, your audio's good now?
Yeah, it's good. It's not crazy.
Okay. All right, that's what's up.
You gotta ask Bro Clarence the original question of our topic.
The original question. Okay, hold on. So the original question. Yeah. So the original question is, hold on, I'm waiting for the report. Hold on for a second. The original question is, hold on, where is it?
Why do you have a church in the back?
You said why? Hey, it's all about church. You know, you gotta attend to, like, a service once in a while.
Let me ask you a question, Ms.
What is it?
The way you asked the question, and it was couched.
Rico, hold on, Rico. So the original question is, has religion been used to hold back the Black community, the African American community?
You asking me that?
Yeah, this was for anyone.
Okay, so has religion has religion been used to hold back the Black community? Yes. And when we say hold back the Black community, when I mean hold back from the upper echelons of creating our own society and our own self, being able to take care of ourselves. Yes. As far as it has been used to help us integrate into other people's society, so that we would not join on to their enemies. So it was better decided to have us join on to integrate into this society than to leave us to our own devices and let us build up our own, what they had in Tulsa, the Black Wall Street, and all those things. That we obviously capable of doing it, but it was better that we join on to this society. That way, now they don't have to worry about us joining on to an enemy and so on and so forth. So, and plus to keep the money in house. So it's a whole bunch of benefits for us integrating with them. For them, now for us, it's a smaller group of people that's going to benefit from it. From them they're going to benefit on a larger scale. Us, there's going to be a few people that benefit, right? Few people that once they understand how to play the game, they're going to be able to benefit. The rest of us are going to be the middle and the lower class. That's just the way it's set up, in my opinion.
Okay. So basically, you're more saying that it benefits like blacks as opposed to holding us back, right? Well, because I missed the first part of what you said.
It benefits the Caucasian society.
Oh, the oppressors.
Caucasian society, right? It benefits them to have us following these the beliefs in the Bible. That benefits them more than it benefits us. It benefits them more. It benefits us too. We get some benefits out of it, right? We get to think, we get to see that we get to participate in a certain portion of the economics of America. A certain portion of it, we get to benefit. We get to participate in it. The higher level, we don't get to benefit, but as a group, we get to benefit in a portion of it, right? But them on a larger scale, that can use the Bible to say, hey, they want to stress a certain point that we may feel like is disadvantageous to us as a people. The Bible or any other book. I'm personally Islamic, but they can use the Quran, whatever, to try to guide the people and say, no, this is what God wants you to do. Yeah, but this is not going to work in this situation. Yeah, but God wants you to do it this way. That's the thing. That's the part.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Are you familiar with the Orisha tradition?
I can't hear.
Are you familiar with the Orisha tradition?
The Orisha tradition? Not exactly, no.
Okay. Have you been to Cuba or Colombia or in South America?
No, I have not.
Let me tell you something, right? That religion that they practice down there, that indigenous religion that came.
I can barely hear you, sis.
That religion that they're practicing down there, that came straight from Africa, and they know that, and they don't hide from that. And these are white, these are white Hispanics or white South Americans, and they practice a black religion at large. So now, to your point of they use, religion against us. What do we say now that white people are still, winning using our religion?
What do I say to them, that they're using our religion?
The question is, if Christianity can be argued, it comes culturally out of Europe, okay? They've been changed. Fine. But what happens when white people are practicing an indigenous African religion and they're winning with that too?
Because they can always set up a scientist who will study something. That one thing about them is they will study this religion and study it. And once they master it, they will repackage it and give it back to us.
They haven't that. They're practicing it pretty straight from the continent.
But when you take a people and you cut them off from their name, religion, and basically, I got to take your word for it that we practice in my religion. I got to take your word for it, right? Because I don't have no way to go and check whether you doing it the right way or not. So I got to take your word for it. It's like Christianity. I got to take your word for it. This book is everything you're saying it is. Because I can't go and double check what you're saying. There's no way I can check it, right? So therefore, I just got to take your word for it. Hopefully it works out. And so that's, I think, what they maybe getting caught up in. I'm not familiar with that religion, but that's the only thing I could think of. Why would they, as white people who have had Christianity, why would they drop that and practice a black religion? Why?
Well, it's not so much historically that they dropped one with the other. It's that different things came over, different cultures, they exchange stuff. You know.
But what I'm saying is, why if I have a religion that's working already for me, you can come, I'll tolerate your religion, but why would I exchange it? Unless it's a benefit to me.
It's because it's a benefit to you. Now here's the thing, if you look at it in that way, religion isn't what's benefiting. What's benefiting you is how you use it, because religion is power. It doesn't matter what religion you're in, religion is power. You can use, for instance, Akhenaten. He changed the whole religious order of Egypt simply overnight because he was empowered to do that, and it served him personally. However, it was bad for the country politically, but it was powerful in and of itself. Now the religion went back to what it was because at that time people, they had power in the world because of their religion. It didn't matter that it was that religion. It didn't matter if it was Christianity. It didn't matter if it's Islam. It doesn't matter. Religion itself is power, and not because it's religion. So it doesn't matter what religion you're in. White people, well, I'm not say white people that is not us, have mastered something outside of religion that looks like they're using religion to get where they're at, when in reality, it doesn't matter what religion they're in, they're getting where they at because of their own genius in terms of what they're willing to do to get there. For instance, I don't think Christianity or any other religion would have spread as quickly if it wasn't for men willing to kill other men to get there. I don't think it would have spread as quickly if it would have been spread based on just conversation, meaning this. I come to your town and I'm telling you about your 3,000-year-old religion versus my 200-year religion. I'm telling you should change. If we're going to talk about it, you're not fitting to change that. Like, at all. It's been working for you, right? So how in the world did religion spread like that? It's because it spread through the tip of a sword. And honestly, if somebody is willing to kill my children for religion, I'm probably willing to believe them because I want my children at the end of the day. So let's not convolute like what works. What's working is people are willing to do what they need to do to get where they need to be at. And sometimes they'll use the guise of religion to do that. But that doesn't mean the religion is the problem. For instance, Christianity does not preach for you to go out there and kill everybody in sight. That's not what Jesus taught.
No. But they had the Crusades, though, right? In his name, right?
Right. So it doesn't. So it's not the religion. It's people using religion as power, and it's like, and this is why I'm where I'm at now. I feel like we don't necessarily need religion to be powerful anymore. Those days are over. The days of forcing people to believe in mass, my religion to control them, that's over. Black people we're spread throughout the rainbow now. We have so many different beliefs that no one can control us with one religion. You have to control us through 1,000 different ways if you're trying to do that, and there's no winning us over like that. So therefore, you have to control us a different way.
Hey, bro, Clarence, let me say this real quick. Lolo always be doing this, man. She always be trying to get a few debate. I'm messing around.
You're right. You don't need a religion in particular per se to control, but religion is the basis for most countries and land masses where people speak typically the same language. Religion is the base of their common codes of conduct in most cases, right? So you can indoctrinate the people with a religion. It makes them easier to control. Would you agree with that?
Yes, because it's a belief system and people follow their beliefs.
Okay. So now you have now I agree with you also that it has been stepped up. Now the people have been weaned off of religion, and they've been weaned onto the mass media.
Right, correct.
Onto the mass media, and that has become a new religion.
Correct.
Social media, right? And the word religion, all that means is just a lifestyle, right? The way of living. Okay.
And so look where we are today.
Right?
That's the problem.
Right?
Stop downplaying something that's helped people. You don't understand it. I don't understand it. If you don't want it, then don't take it. Okay. We don't always have to have the conversation where we're trying to strip something that meant something to someone because it don't mean the same to you. Right. I'm not going to downplay what Catholicism means to this person. It doesn't mean the same to me. That's your beliefs, and that's okay. But look at the world today with so many people throwing away religion. Look at the world, look at the chaos, look at these kids, look at these girls, look at these grown women, grown men. Look at it. Look how we talk to each other. Look how we address each other. There's no moral code. And a lot of that is because we lost religion. A lot of people have put it away. They don't know how to respect the other gender. They don't know how to hold women in a certain platform. They don't know how to hold men and respect them. That's the problem.
They threw the baby.
So I don't think it's hurt Black people. I think at the end of the day, there's a lot of laws in this land that are there, or whatever we believe, whatever you grew up with. It's us. You know, you do. That's why the non-Black are always winning, because they understand that. We don't understand that.
Queen, can I ask you a question respectfully?
You do that.
Okay, and no, seriously.
I just messed with you. Go ahead.
I know, but I'll kidding aside, because I asked somebody this before, and they talked about, and again, and I hear everything what you're saying is like, every time I hear the argument about the decline of people in religion, the first thing they always go to is they go to the pews. And I say, yeah, okay, the people in the pews, they're more worldly, they're more godly, they're more this, they're more that. I like, do y'all ever look at the pulpit?
I'll go to the whole. I don't believe in
the pulpit.
I don't believe in the pulpit or the pews. I believe in the house.
But
everything in it.
But what I'm saying is, my argument is that the criticism always goes to the pews. The criticism never. Let me just finish. No one ever, and I'm like, okay, you can look at the pews, the flock, with a critical eye. You can look at the flock of the church with a critical eye. But you must also look at the shepherd with the same critical eye. And the shepherd is who? In the pulpit, the pastor, the leader. So my premise is that as much as the flock is guilty of leaving the church, a lot of the people who so-called leaders of the church are not leading the church the way that they. So again, everything that Queen talked about, the way that people used to worship, leaders used to lead in a better way. Look at your leaders today. Look at your religious leaders today. They lead the church nothing like they did in years past. Their faithfulness.
I'm gonna push back on that. Is that
I'm gonna let you, but I'm just saying
who pays those leaders? So if I tell you, if you are getting paid by my tithes, I have a say so in who's going to be over me.
Yes,
that's the problem. People have become mindless drones.
Right, but here's the thing though. Okay, if I'm a Christian leader for whatever reason, right? Am I led by donations or tithes, or am I led by faith? Now remember I told you I'm pretty unreligious. So when I walk into it, I'm walking into, and I'm looking for someone who, if you're telling me to follow your religious doctrine, I need to believe Lola believes it. Because if I see any doubt in Lola for a dollar, for favor, or for coin, or anything else, fuck out of here. Why am I going to follow you if I see that you are tainted? But if I see you as a true believer on faith for whatever it is, and I'm drawn to that faith, then I may follow. And I'm saying in 2022, too many leaders that I watch that I'm like, he in it for the bag.
But they didn't get there overnight. That's the problem.
Huh?
That's part of the problem, because they didn't get there overnight. Is because we idol worship people.
What I'm saying is, I'm only saying that as an objective,
there will always be somebody over you in some capacity that you feel like, how the hell did you get your job? Are you going to boycott them and walk away? No, you do it. No, at your job, if you got a supervisor who don't know how to read, who don't know how to count, but he over you, right? You're not going to jeopardize your job because he can't do his job. What you going to do? You're going to do your job and you're going to excel in it. I'm not saying that all the leaders are perfect, but at the end of the day, when I said Jesus is Lord and I got baptized in a church, I didn't get baptized for those leaders. I got baptized because that's what I wanted to do. You know what I followed? I checked the leaders. I checked people and I worshiped the Bible that I read. I moved the way that I needed to move. Not that they're going to be perfect. That's part of the problem too.
Okay, but hear me out for a second. We're not talking about a leader. We're talking about faith. Okay, so when you're looking for a faith leader, yes, if I'm looking for a faith leader, I'm looking for somebody that, for me to faith by definition is to believe. What did they say? Sight unseen. I believe in you so much that even though I know you may not be infallible, I need to believe you are, even if you are with faults.
That's not faith.
But generally, people do not follow people on faith, knowing. Come on, Queen. I'm gonna follow you. But
that's because a lot of people go to church and they don't have a conviction for themselves.
Well, I mean, but
I'm not. Hey, look, I've been in the church for I don't know how many years. I ain't never met no perfect leader. But the one thing I can say with some of them is that the transparency. That's it. It's the transparency. It's the being willing to say, yo, I don't have it all together. I just went off, or I did this, or it's the humility. That's what you look for. I don't look for nobody to put my faith in nobody, because ain't nobody gonna stand on my faith. That's not what your faith is supposed to be put in. It's supposed to be put in whatever you believe in. I don't believe in people.
Pause 1 second, Queen. Pause 1 second. Amen. Number one,
we talking church now. Go ahead.
Number one, I want to give OG Patrice a chance to definitely chime in. And I do got a question for Mr. Rico. Also, Vahan Bryan, I know religion is definitely your thing. You know what I mean? I know you like to talk about it. Vahan Bryan, Mr. Bryan.
Oh, I got to go.
Salute to Marcus too. Marcus, I see you in the chat, man. Salute to you.
Marcus don't know about no church.
And also, Calendar VC, Miss Oshun, aka Lola, will address you after my exchange with Mr. Rico, because you've been having a lot of comments, and I know she definitely will to respond. So, Queen, go ahead and continue. OG Patrice.
I just want to ask Queen one question, okay? And again, because you're absolutely right, and I'll just say this. I'll make it in 2 seconds, and I'll be done. I'm not saying that as a non-believer or a marginal believer that I'm looking for perfection. But what I'm sitting there saying is if I'm a questionable believer and I'm coming into a space because I have a lot of questions, you're not going to draw me in if I walk through the door and I see 50 blemishes. I'm like, God damn, I got that before I came in here. So my thing is, as a faith leader, you're supposed to be solid, or at least I believe. And it doesn't mean you don't have flaws, but I want to come to a space where I feel like, look, hey, he's going to fill all the holes. Because I come into this space because I got a lot of holes in my heart, in my life. I have a lot of questions. I didn't come here with 50 questions to get 50 more. I came here to get some damn answers. And
well,
if
maybe
you
that,
only
maybe
have,
that.
let me finish. And I'm just telling you about the lost flock that's out there in the world. Because I'm telling you, the world is full of people that's why the non-religious people are growing higher and the religious people are growing lower. because people have questions and they're not getting any answers.
No, I totally disagree with that. I feel like the numbers are growing is because people want to do what the hell they want. Everybody want to be viral. Everybody want to, instant gratification. And that's the problem. Nobody denies themselves. Nobody wants to be humble. Nobody wants to be patient. Everybody wants instant gratification at whatever expense. They want to go viral for good, bad, or indifferent. Everybody want to hit that mark. Everybody. You listen to these people talking, even grown adults. Everybody want a viral moment. That's why everybody walking around with their phones in their face, nearly walking in the poles and walking in the traffic. I watched three teenagers almost get hit by 4 cars, and they never once put their phone down.
But not teenagers. What about?
I'm talking about adults too. I see it. I see adults. You see it on the videos. You don't see the videos on YouTube. Yes. These adults. But everybody wants the viral moment, and that's the problem. It's not about religion. It's not about that. And ain't no man gonna fill a void in you. Ain't no man gonna do that. Ain't no man gonna show up to you and be perfect. And that's why people keep getting disappointed because they're looking for perfect leaders. There are none. Nobody's perfect. Everybody has flaws. You may not like how many they have. Hold on. You may not like how many they have, but they have them.
Okay.
They have them. And that's what draws me to people is that they could be in the highest position and they still are humble and say, I don't know. No. I don't get it. I'm still working on that. That's what I look for when I look for somebody who's going to inspire me or be a mentor. I don't look for the person who got it all together because guess what? They capping. They don't. Nobody do. Nobody do. Nobody.
Queen,
I've sat with leaders and elders in churches, and I've seen their humility. I don't believe it, and I don't do it. That's why when people make mistakes, I think more needs to be done, but it don't faze me. It don't faze me because you know what? My faith was never in them in the first place. If I got any issues, I go to the person whose my faith is in, which is in God. And I go to him. And I tell him how I feel. I may check that person on what they did or what they said or what they not doing or how they not living. That's what I do. I don't, that's why I don't have an issue with it. Believe what you believe and do what you do. But people don't like religion because people don't want to be held accountable to none. Everybody want to do what the hell they want to do. And that's the problem. Instant gratification.
People don't want to be held accountable, and religion actually holds you accountable in a very direct, physical way.
In your face.
In your face. That's not the belief of religion.
That's why you got people who feel like they can go to church on Sunday and go to the club and sleep around on Saturday, and then they go to the pulpit and they get tapped on the head and they feel like they forgiven. It don't work like that because your heart didn't change. Your moves didn't change. Religion is not a Sunday service.
Hold on, Queen. Hold on, Brother Rico. OG, we definitely want to hear you chime in. What do you have to say, OG?
All right, I was just letting everybody get it out. I get it. This is a very, very touchy subject, especially in the Black community, right? When we're talking about religion. So I'll say this. I believe that, religion has, and I've said it before, I don't practice organized religion anymore. I am more of a spiritual person and have a spiritual walk based off of culture. I found a lot of problematic things in organized religion that I don't rock with anymore. But the things that I can say is that I grew up in a religion of being Baptist and growing up having a moral compass because of that. Do I believe that I would have a moral compass if religion didn't exist? I do, because of where I was raised culturally. So I think that it's a to each his own. thing if you believe that if the world didn't have religion or whatever. I think that if people are going to be good people, they're going to be good people in general and have, for the most part, and have morals and values based off of a culture or how they was raised. Now that I'm more spiritual and I still believe in a higher power, I still believe in a creator. But because of what I practice now, I have a different perspective because I know that a lot of people that are in the organized religion, especially Christianity and even some Muslims, they know that there are things in the Bible that were put in there and inserted by man that is absolutely not true and is absolutely wrong, but they still rock that narrative. And it is like when you know right, you're supposed to do better. When you know the truth, you're supposed to do better. And that's the part for me where like the whole thing about with the holidays and Easter and Christmas, like they know that was inserted in there by man, especially about Easter, this pagan holiday. But Christians will still celebrate that and tell you it's okay to do that. So it's a double sword for me when it comes to organized religion or Christianity that predominantly the most most Christians follow and most Muslims follow certain things as well. So now when you're talking about things of the Bible that we know that was inserted in there to specifically keep black people down from way back in slavery, it was indoctrinated in the books, it was indoctrinated in your school books. This has been proven since the beginning of time. When you're talking about slaves, love your slave masters and all, that was intentionally put in the Bible to keep people in an enslaved mind. When it comes to a lot of the turn your other cheek stuff, that's a numbing down in a way that they kept and keep people docile to certain things, that believing that you always have to turn the cheek when somebody do you wrong. And I just found it very problematic, right? When you read the things like the Torah, the Quran, and other things, and know that there are missing pages of the Bible. People like if you, depends on how deep you are as a Christian as to what you truly choose to study and research for yourself. And I went on that journey for myself for a whole year. And I know that there's books that are missing in the Bible, the book of Maccabee and other books, things like that are missing in the Bible, that a lot of Christians don't practice those things. A lot of Christians don't even know about those things. But when I decided to go on the journey to say I wanted to know what my people, my lineage, my heritage, where I come from, what they study, it was a spirituality that was a part of their culture. It wasn't a religion for them. It was a culture and a way of living for them. So probably had my ancestor not been brought over here on the transatlantic slave trade, I probably would have we probably would still be practicing the very culture and lineage of where our people come from, right? But when they brought over here, there was an indoctrination, there was a conditioning of when they changed things in the Bible that we absolutely fell into, and we still fall into right into this day. I listen to Christians all the time. Know that Easter is a pagan holiday, but they'll still get dressed up with the Easter bunny and the eggs and do the whole thing, right? And we know it to not be nothing but paganism. But and I think when you're talking about the Sabbath, then things of that nature, they really know what the holy days are? It's so much, right? So that's what make the whole thing so misconstrued when people have you getting all these different religions, all these different point of views. That's because everybody doing their own thing. It's kind of willy-nilly now. And the black community, the black churches especially, have really been a major letdown to the black community. Black pastors, they're coming out, they're being exposed for being crooks, being pedophiles, being some of the most egregious people that are in the church, that are stealing from the poor and the elderly. These are things that are factual. They're even having a lot of sex trafficking going on in the black church. The black men have pretty much walked away. You see majority single women in the church now because they believe more and they more married to the pastor than they were their husbands for a lot of times. So a lot of black men have walked away from the church. It's just been so much of a detriment, a lot to the community. And when it comes to the things of you give your hard-earned tithes and offerings, at the end of the day, being faithful to a church, and then when you need them, they tell you get on your knees and pray to Jesus about it. So it's a lot of hypocrisy for me that I just chose to walk away from, me personally. And I saw the falling away of the black church 20 years ago. I've been gone and just chose to go on a path of myself of saying, I know that I don't need a organized religion to be a good person, to be a upstanding citizen, to respect people, to do right and know right from wrong, and treat people kindly and do good deeds. I don't need a building to tell me that, and I sure don't need a pastor to tell me that to follow, because the Bible talks about trusting no man. And when it comes to my faith, my religion, where I'm going, where my soul is at stake, I believe no man. So there's no one going to be held accountable for my soul and where it go except me, because nobody is going to be standing there before God on judgment day but me, and I can't give him the excuse that I follow Pastor so-and-so. You see what I'm saying? So for me, individually, I trust no man. I trust no pastors. I trust me and my word and my belief of what I read and what I research and my spirituality and my personal walk with God and my faith with God. Now, I'll go to church. I'll support people, you know, that say, "Hey, I'm singing in church. Could you come? I'm gonna give this. Would you do that?" Of course, I'll go. I support. But me myself, I do not practice organized religion anymore for so many of those reasons. And when soon as one person that's in one Christianity was indoctrinated this way, and then they have another person that give their point of view, then that's when all of the discord starts to happen. And listen, you've been indoctrinated, so you're not trying to hear anything else that anybody else is telling you about religion, because you're indoctrinated a certain way. And that's happened. This happens a lot, you know, on these panels and these YouTube streets. It's like, nope, this is what it is. This is what the Bible say, and this is that. But it's other books of the Bible that they don't want to address. It's other things that is talked about in religion that they won't address. And it's just the truth. It's just the truth. But see, Christians will walk all day over it and say, well, this is just the way it's always been with what I've been doing in this. But you're not practicing the trueness and wholeness of Christianity. And I'm just speaking from the perspective that I've seen a lot, where it's been a lot of the back and forth with difference of opinions, and you're allowed to have that. But when the truth is staring you in the face in black and white, and you're saying you a follower of Christ, are you going to follow Christ and what the word of Christ says? Or are you going to be like, yeah, but I can make this, I can color this gray right here, but everything else can be black and white. But right here in this part, I know it's the truth, but I'm going to color it gray. See, and that happens a lot.
But those are not Christians, those are hypocrites. Right. Because the Bible does talk.
Well, these are people in a lot of different religions, not just Christianity. Because I don't want people to think Muslims do it. Judaism do it. I'm just speaking in general.
The same Bible that says, don't believe no man or whatever else, is don't put your trust.
Yeah, say trust no man.
But it also talks about treat each other the way you want to be treated. If you see your brother in need and you walk away, you're in sin. So when they do that, it's not that they don't know, it's because they're selfish.
So Queen, hold on. I'm glad you said that. Queen, pause. Don't cook no more. The food is done. All right. And I'm glad you said it, because you reminded me. See, that's why we family. See how you help me out? See? Good to have family here. Listen, at the end of the day, this is what I was thinking too, y'all. This is another question, right? Is it really the religion that's ruining the community?
No.
Is it really that, or is it the fact that people just not representing what Christ, God, and Allah and everything else was really all about?
That's right.
They're not
Well,
really
it's always
following.
the people. It's always the people, right? It's the people. It's the people because of we're all flawed and we all have faults and we all. But for me, when you look at it as a whole, right? And you say you're a Christian or you're a Muslim and you're trying to do the right thing, and you know what that word says, and you doing everything contrary to that, right? You're doing everything contrary to that, but you say, but you keep saying, well, that's why I got repentance and that's why I got forgiveness. And that's true. That's true as a whole. But if you keep using that to the point of where it becomes an excuse for you to do wrong, continuously do wrong, for me, that is where the problem lies.
But that's their excuse, right? So what the problem is that it says if you see your brother in sin, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to check him. If he don't listen to you, you're supposed to grab somebody else, come back and check him. That's the problem. A lot of people don't like to do the hard work in Christianity. It's not just about loving people. It's also about checking people and calling they BS BS.
Okay, hold on. Can we? I need to address.
Hold on. I want you to address that. Matter of fact, no, address that. Go ahead.
That's a given. I just want to say that's a given to what Vaughn just said. That's a given. We already know that the people that live that life are hypocrites, they're sinners and this and that, right? But some of the biggest hypocrites and sinners and people are the ones that are up in the church claiming to be holier than thou when they are no earthly good. That's just factual.
Sister Lola, go ahead and cook.
Okay. Okay. To address Kyle, I think it's Kyle Evan, the CV. I don't know if I'm saying your name.
Kyle in the CV, yeah.
Okay. So he asked me earlier in the chat, why am I still religious? I guess given my position in religion. And I want to address that because I think it ties into his second statement about respecting the beliefs of others, and what essentially why should he? And he made another statement, but I'll get to that. Here's the thing, right? Religion for me, okay, and I can only speak for myself. Religion for me is like towns on the side of a river, and I'm on a boat on that river. And each town I go to, I take souvenirs with me that mean something to me that I will take with me forever. So just because I'm not in professional religion, doesn't give me movement.
Is it me or is Lola going out?
No, I hear. Can you do me a favor? Mute your mic because I'm getting feedback on my end. Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is that every religion I come to it to learn from it, to accept all that I can get from it. Come to religion or wisdom, that is, as an empty cup. Now, once your cup is full, it's not for you to keep pouring into it so it keeps spilling over and you don't retain anything. Once your cup is full, it's full. That's it. You move on to the next phase, and you will be brought to that phase when your time is there. So yes, I've been Christian, I've been Muslim, I've been a part of different indigenous religious systems. I've been a part of a lot of things, and each one of them, I take something from it with me. Yes, I do follow the teachings of Jesus. I will reference Jesus a lot. I will reference Muhammad a lot. I know personally there's certain Muslims that don't follow my train of thought when I say that I don't know if Muhammad was a prophet, but I believe that he did the best for his people. And what he said is a question of, is it right or wrong? Not if he's a prophet or not. It's, was he telling the truth or no about what you see? And to that point, okay, about these religious books, because one would say to your other point, Kyle, that, well, all this stuff that's in these books, that other things that we're not talking about right now. Here's the thing, right? We all know that Jesus didn't write nothing. We all know that Muhammad, according to the stories, didn't write anything. a lot of prophets that people say didn't write any of this. So it takes your intuition, your connection to soul, to your spirit, to source, for you to intuit where the lie is, because you were given that gift at the beginning of time to be able to do that. Now, if you're not exercising that, that means that there's an issue or disconnect with you. So I don't consider myself religious, although I have a high respect for religion. I do believe that belief and faith has its place in society, but I don't believe that faith and religion outside of its place is healthy for society. So therefore, yes, like Queen was saying, you, walk in your belief, like whatever it is, just be that. Like this is why we don't like people, because when you say you Christian and we can't tell, this is where the problems come in at. When you say you Muslim, but you acting like you like something totally different, this is where the problems come in at. So at the end of the day, I don't profess to be anything, but my moral code is based on a lot of different systems, and that works for me. That doesn't mean that it has to work for you, but I respect the fact that maybe no religious system works for you, Kyle, and that might be the best way for you to move. But here's the thing: do I believe in everything that the Bible teaches, like the entire Bible? Okay, teaches now. Jesus didn't even believe in everything the Bible teaches. And if you read the teachings of Jesus, he avidly spoke against things that was not true, that he made clear when he said, my father didn't do that. Literally, he literally said to people, I know what you're saying about the Old Testament, but the one that sent me didn't do that. So let's not act like even in Jesus' time, people didn't question the validity of scripture. They didn't question even his message in terms of what's the usefulness. Like them Jews that heard him say, turn the other cheek. If you read in the Bible, people was asking, like, what the fuck? Why am I turning the other cheek? These people trying to kill us. Jesus, what are you talking about? Like, people was questioning him about the usefulness of that message. But Jesus, at least from the scripture, was very clear that his message was not to take them on a warpath against their oppressors, but to bring them closer to source, so that whatever they were going through, they could get through. Like Bruce Lee says, don't pray for a easy circumstance. Pray for strength.
And Lola, I could understand your perspective on where you're coming from, right? Because I've read the Quran, I've read some Judaism, I've read different forms of other aspects of religion. And the thing about religion is there's some truth in all aspects of it, right? No matter what it is. Some Buddhism, when it comes to selfness and self-awareness, that like they serve, when it comes to Judaism, when it comes to, it's truth in all religions, and you could take a little bit of each one if it lines up with your moral compass, right? So that for that part, I understand your perspective of that, right? But like my perspective on when it comes to like what Bro Cans was saying, the organized religion part of it is because there's an indoctrination and a conditioning where if you take a look, especially in the Black church predominantly, the pastors, they no longer say the ministry of Jesus Christ now. They say my ministry. So it's a puff upness and it's a grandiose sort of narcissistic personalities of a lot of pastors now. It's no longer the church that belongs to Jesus Christ or the church of God. They say my ministry and my this and my that, and then you hear the people pastor this, pastor that. It's almost like they worship the pastor more than they do the creator.
But that's because there's no ramifications in the current for them not to do so. Humans act a certain way regardless of their religion. If humans don't perceive there to be a consequence for what they do, they will do exactly anything. Literally, it doesn't matter what you put on it. Religion, culture, survival, if there's no consequence, they will do it freely. So right now, I know within certain religions, they believe that you will always get your action that you did, your karma, and whether it's in this life or the next. And that's fine. But let's be honest about why people are really doing what they're doing right now. If people knew that if you went and created a church and it wasn't on some righteous stuff, that you could look for a curse to happen to you and it would literally take your breath away, like that sort of circumstance, people wouldn't approach Christianity the same way, let's say, they approach voodoo. Like they wouldn't approach it the same way. don't approach voodoo the same way they approach Christianity. Some people play games with voodoo, but behind closed doors, everybody knows that you play games with that if you want to, and you will be literally killing yourself. So it's like,
Well, the thing about the voodoo part is a lot of in the African culture, a lot of times if you studied your lineage and your culture and what they practice, a lot of times our own people think that a lot of that is voodoo and a lot of it was just a true faituality and spiritual culture that they follow that has nothing to do with it's what we allow to be indoctrinated into us by other races of people, predominantly Caucasian people. They come in and they acquiesce into our culture, our faith, and almost everything, and then they put a different spin and narrative on it and call it something else. Like a lot of people don't know that, especially in African culture, which is a part of, and I'm gonna give you a little part of what I now study in my spirituality is that our ancestors have a lot to do with a lot of things with us. And when you're looking back, when you're talking culturally in the African culture, that they a lot of that relayed on the ancestors. Like there are certain religions, like in Hispanic communities, they have the Day of the Dead or the Dawn of the Dead. That's a celebration of their ancestors, where they look back and they believe strongly of the spirit of the ancestors. That's a part of our culture if you come from any parts of Africa. But we have been led to believe that is certain parts of voodooism, and it's so not true. So, but it's a deeper thing you have to look into and study that I did for myself, that I realized that, wow, we have really been bamboozled and fallen into the whitewashing of the white Christianity culture, believing there was a white Jesus and all that. I'll talk about the picture my mama used to have on the wall when I was little. Just we fell for the okie doke 100% in the indoctrination of white Christianity. And that's what's going on a lot today. That's why you still have a lot of Christians today still celebrating Easter instead of the Passover, which is what it is. They still quick like a bunny, dyeing the Easter eggs, dressing up, going to church, and celebrating a paganism holiday that had to do with the Romans back when they were doing the orgies and things like that. But see, they choose to gray that area out. They choose to gray that area out to make it fit their narrative, and then they rock with it, say, well, it's, it was just a tradition with our tradition. Listen, when I found out the truth, I did different. But when I speak of these things, I'm saying we would rather believe a lie and rock with it than to learn about our truth and try to say, let me get some truth of that, because I know that to be a lie. It's right here in black and white. So you see something staring you in your face and you still choose to believe a lie.
But
hold on, Lola. Hold on, ladies. Hold on. Got it. I got you. Want to give a shout out to the homie We On Lock Nation. Good to see you, bro. Also, Big Rig Slaps, what's going on, baby? You know what I mean? Whenever you want to share, man, you know what I mean? Definitely chime in. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Let us know when you want to chime in, bro. But we here. So rather than that, everybody keep cooking. Go ahead, y'all.
What I was saying was that people not wanting to believe the truth or see the truth, that's an everyday thing. That's each and every one of us. There's something right now to each and every one of us, a truth that we know, but we don't want to face it. We don't want to believe it, nor do we want to act on it because of the consequences of doing so. That's in every single one of us right now on this panel. And so I'm not going to put that on the black community because the same thing applies to the white.
But Lola, we're specifically talking about religion, and we're specifically talking about the black community. So let's be real about that.
But hold on, Patrice, let me finish. Okay, the black community is made up of individuals. It's not just the black community, and individuals don't matter. Every individual makes up that black community. Every individual belief system makes up that community. Every time somebody commits an act based on their belief, it represents themselves and that community and adds to or takes away. So we can't take away from the individual. However, I will say this. Coming out of chattel slavery, which is something no other group has had to deal with for as long as us, we were not duped into believing anything. We were forced into it. And when you have, and I have never had someone point a gun at my child's head or tie my husband up to two horses to get me to believe anything. And I'm gonna be honest with you, if I ever did have to go through something that excruciating, because you can't watch a slave picture, the whitewash versions, without coming back scarred. We can't sit and say, well, they were stupid for believing in Christianity or acting in Christianity, whether they believed or not, because they were under duress. So therefore, culture is passed down to children who don't know based on the actions of their adults. So therefore, as a child, you don't know that your grandmother believed because her mother was a slave and had to. Now you just believe because it's just passed on to you, and culture, it goes on and goes on. It's not that we would do this, is just something that naturally happens. However, now that the world can communicate, because in the year 1859, there was no internet for you to look up who really wrote the King James Bible. There was none of that. And honestly, until the 2000s, we didn't even really have internet access for real to know the truth of anything. So I don't want to put too much onus on the Black community for screwing up in terms of religion. Not too much. Now, some, yes.
No, it's not a screw up. It's a once you know the truth, you
Right.
you know what I'm saying? It's like when you know better, do better type of thing. It's just like it was a young Black lady that went on Dr. Phil. When she said she realized what she learned the truth about religion and the whitewashing of Christianity and holidays and stuff, she started changing. She started not doing those things. She started raising her kids to not do those things. But then you will have, she went on the show, and then you will have these people, like especially predominantly Caucasian people, try to say, well, it's just for the kids and it's commercialism and it's this and that. And why are you choosing to deprive your children? See, that's the whole thing with the conditioning again, that we will allow people to do, even in our own community, to say, well, it's just tradition. And oh Lord, you shouldn't deprive your kids from getting Christmas toys, and you shouldn't deprive them from Easter and the bunny and coloring, and like, stop it. It's not biblical. Like stop it. So at what point are we gonna stop making excuses and say we know that this is right and this is wrong, and we should practice to do better as a people, as a community?
Well, we won't get to that point, because right now, if you're paying attention to the conversation that's happening around religion in the Black community is not only getting knowledge of the Bible, the Black community is getting knowledge of history relative to the Bible. And now the Black community is starting to notice in large numbers, I might add, that there's a lot of things that the Bible just isn't correct on. For instance, the definition of paganism. Let's start there. Christianity was a pagan religion. So it started out as a pagan religion. The word pagan just means from the country, that which is not approved. Like to say, well, something's pagan. Well, Christianity was pagan. But the question isn't what is pagan. The question is what is correct. Now, if you look at Jewish holidays like Passover, that's a Jewish holiday. That's not for you to celebrate. That's true.
Lola, baby, do you know our African ancestry, who the true Jews were? Like, are you sitting here on this panel not telling me that you don't know who the true Jews are? Oh my God. Come on, sis.
No,
come on. Listen, when you're talking about a whole culture and lineage was stolen from us, who are the true Jews? Have you seen, sis?
I don't want you to waste your breath on me. I don't care about Jews and who the real Jews are. That's not my issue. I really do not care.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I don't care about that. It serves me no purpose. I don't see anything in it. It's a nice conversation, but it's not that's not a fight I have a dog in. But all I'm going to say is this, regardless of who's who, okay, the question becomes the same question that those Jews were asking in the first century. How does this apply to our oppression right now?
I'm asking you, do you know who the true Jews were?
I don't care. I never met them. It's not my issue. It's not. I really don't even care, even if I did. No, it's like, what does that have to do with like me and my people?
It has a lot to do with your lineage. It goes all the way back to Africa, who they were and who they look like. Who they look like. The ones that use that word and practice it now. It's by the religion. It's not by the actual lineage. Do you understand?
I don't feel that everybody, every lineage, every person in Africa, every belief from Africa is correct. So Africa is not the beginning and or end of everything, let alone for religion. It's just a place where you can find a lot of things in. but that's not. I mean, I take that with a grain of salt when we talk about correctness. Like, there's a lot of things going on in Africa that, as a culture, I'm not from and I don't believe in because that's not my culture. But yet I do have ancestry there, but that doesn't change the fact that no, I'm not going back to Africa and start doing what Africans were doing 3,000 years ago.
You moving the goalposts now, sis. Nobody said go back to Africa. Like, you moving the goalposts way left.
I'm not saying you said. All I'm saying is, for me, there's a cutoff point even when it comes to ancestry, ancestors, stuff like that.
But you said when we was talking about the Jews, you think I was talking about white people. And you said, well, I'm not worried about them, but that's not.
I have my beliefs about Jews and the whole Bible in general that I'm not going to share here. That's why it's not an issue for me who Jews are or aren't.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Number one, shout out to Don't Tell Me, Tell the People, aka Sister Sunny. Please like and subscribe to the channel. Hold on, Scully. Hold on. I'm not going to let you get away with this, all right? I'm not going to let you get away with this. No, you're not getting away with this. No. Listen, all right? You are always big, right, on people being factual and them having knowledge, okay?
Yes, she up here capping and deflecting.
I got it, OG. I got it. You always big on that, right? Now, you're always big about sticking to the facts. Now, we giving you the facts, right? And you're saying that it doesn't have a point, but it does. It does have a relevance.
I didn't say it doesn't have a point.
She moving the goalposts. She changing the narrative.
Hold on.
Wait a minute. What I got to say about me and my opinion.
Hold on, Lola.
No, hold on. Because I don't like when people misquote me because when I
No, I ain't misquoting you. No, I'm not misquoting you.
There's opinions and there's facts.
When I'm telling
you, I'm not misquoting you. I'm not misquoting you.
In that fight, so I'm not going to argue who the Jews are not.
But no, Lola, hold on. This is what I'm saying.
I'm not saying it doesn't matter or to you. What I'm saying is that doesn't matter right now to me.
No, I know it doesn't matter to you. I know. Hold on. You gotta let me finish.
I don't care who they are.
Lola, you gotta let me finish. Let me finish. Dang, don't tell me
on that because I know how these people are and stuff. Don't misquote me on that.
Ain't nobody trying to come at you, man. Get on out of here. Listen, at the end of the day, all right. Listen. At the end of the day, you said, right? You always say that you're big on the facts. Now, I know this doesn't matter to you, right? Right? It doesn't matter to you as a whole. But, right? If you're big on having factual things, and brother DM, let's shut up 1 second. If you're always big on having the facts about things overall, when it comes to our people, community, everything else, right? How can you not acknowledge this and say that it's not important to you? Right, but it should be though it should be because it affects your community as a whole, right? Hold on, Lola. We've had this argument before, right?
You said acknowledge this.
Hold on, Lola. Hold on. I'm almost done. We've had this argument before, right? You tried to trap me in a box.
Are not my people, but go ahead.
You. Oh, Lord have mercy. You tried to trap me. You tried to trap me in a box, right? And I got out. Right?
I'm just telling you that has
I'm gonna give an example of how you tried to do it before.
Okay.
You was like, oh, we need to watch who we be with and all sort of stuff, right? And I said, hold on. And I said also, we need to watch what we eat, right? I said yes. Intimacy and relations affect the Black community, right? But also what we eat affects our community.
Okay.
You know what I mean? If you're not eating the right things, you're also detriment to the community.
Okay.
Right. So listen. All those things are important. You having the right knowledge and understanding and applying and understand how it affects your people. If you say that we need to have a better community. You do say that. If we're gonna have a better community, then it should matter to you what people are being informed and misinformed about. Correct?
To a degree, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, she like, come on, sis, come on. You real big on truth and knowledge and research and come on now. Now when it comes to this, it's a different narrative. Okay, all right, it's all good though. It's all good. For the people that want to know who the true ones are. We the real ones. Let's be real about our ancestry.
That's
okay.
That's a fact.
don't put it like I got anything to say about that. Like I'm trying to say people are lying or telling the truth. I'm not. What I'm saying is I don't care. It's not my issue. It's not the conversation I'm having right now. I'm not debating that. I'm not negating any legitimacy when it comes to that. I'm just saying, personally, for me, I don't get into that conversation, and that's.
But since we were having the conversation and you deflected from the conversation.
Conversation tonight is not about who's a Jew.
Okay, I digress. I so digress.
Hold on. But the conversation.
That's how I love when you do that. I love when you do that. Yeah. That's funny.
But the conversation is like, has religion been used to hold Black African American hold back the Black African American community? And so the thing is, it's important to know like your history. And and let me make sure I say this in general, right? Before everybody gets to I feels type of stuff. We gotta get to the facts part first. Because see, the thing is, what's really holding our community back is the lies that was told to us. We was told by so many lies through European oppression Christianity, and we fell for the bait. See, the thing is, we're gonna take it way back because see, the thing is, well, since it seems like most people are talking about like, Bible terms or whatever, right? Let me just start with the Christianity aspects first, since that's more common, widely common. See, the truth is, okay, we don't really even know if all the stories that was written even exist or was even, we know we could assume that was heavily fabricated due to the lies that our oppressor had did to our ancestors, and they used that book to manipulate us. Well, let me start saying us, right? Because it's our ancestors, the ones that got manipulated. But, however, they passed that manipulation to us because our ancestors was ignorant, and we became ignorant, until like we start to have a more deeper understanding that there's more to it than just live the American Christian type of lifestyle, that there's more in other religions out there, okay, to really discover and to practice at your own discretion. The point being is that, although this may feel like it's a debate, these conversations needs to be discussed because the thing is, a lot of people, especially who's watching us, are also ignorant as well too. And we have this tainted image of Jesus, commonly known as the white Jesus, basically.
Ain't Jesus the Mexican term?
Yeah, Jesus is actual Mexican. Okay. So yeah. So not only we have this white image, but we're in actuality, right? And these are the facts, right? The facts is we're actually praising a Mexican version of Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're praising someone who is not from this country.
This is different.
Because not a lot of people think about that. Everybody's thinking about this whole black and white type of thing. Black people are just one-dimensional. You got to think outside the box, though. Remember, there's more nationalities than just your common black and white folks that's running this country. We have
at M3, when you go to black pastors in black churches that's preaching the word, and you say, why are you continuously preaching the whitewashed sermons and teachings to our people? They dance all around that answer.
Oh, they dance.
They dance more times than they
tap dance all around that answer.
Of course, because our our oppressor, right, has suppressed us very well when it comes down.
I like how you flipped that. That was cool, M3.
Yeah, you know how to rebound for that. They already suppressed the truth for
us.
M3.
Hey, M3, Lola got that Floyd Mayweather defense, man. Hey, look, you try to box in the corner, she's gonna sleep out that motherfucker. Yeah, she's gonna sleep out that bitch. I'm telling you.
See, Lola, right? She got the Street Fighter combination. She got the jab.
Look, I got her. Oh, man.
Yo, she want to hit you down with the super, though.
Exactly. Salute to Mr. Long. Also salute to Mr. Bryant. Man, everybody cook, man, whenever y'all ready, man. I'm gonna go on mute. I got this.
Sir.
All
Well,
right,
I would
so
just
Mr.
like
Brian,
to
let's
say,
go.
if I could, real quick. I'm not sure. Can you hear me? I don't know if my sound is up or down.
You are very clear.
Oh,
You're
okay.
more clear than I am.
Yeah, you know, I just have to speak from my experience. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that I'm trying to push a narrative on you, but I can only give you my testimony. You see what I'm saying? So when I woke up this morning, I thanked God for the breath that I had, because see, this day that I saw was not promised to me, and I know who gave it to me. And it's really not a debate to me about his existence or who he is. You know, I'm a firm believer that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God, and also the Word became flesh. And I believe when that Word became flesh, it became flesh in the form of Jesus Christ. You see what I'm saying? So I believe in the death, the burial, and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. I also believe in the teachings of Jesus Christ, not just him, but even the Old Testament. You know, everything is not literal in the Bible. Some people say throw the baby out with the water, or however you say that. You know, you have to know what's literal and what's spiritual. And you see what an analogy is. You know, the Bible is full of those kind of things. So when it comes to the place where we try to put one person as the spokesperson of everyone, you know, based on a Bishop Pookie or whoever he is, you see what I'm saying? And so now we want to put him as the representative of all Christians. That's not fair, you know. And then you can't take one black person, and because they're cutting up, and you know we're good at that, and then have them as a representation of all black people. You see what I'm saying? Hypocrisy is in the strip club. Hypocrisy is in your bank. Hypocrisy is on your job. You know, you can find hypocrites everywhere. You have many YouTubers that are hypocrites. See what I'm saying? Speaking those things that they are, that they really aren't. You know, fluffing and perpetrating in these spaces. So to me, you know, I don't really see it as a debate. And I'm not trying to debate with anybody. I would just like to share with you the goodness of who God is, you know, the goodness of who he is and how he's blessed me. Listen, I have a roof over my head. You know, my wife got a new kidney and she's doing well. My son is a 12th grader. His first day at school was today. Thank God. When I woke up, I had my eyesight and I was able to see the sun. So you see what I'm saying? God is good. So when we sit and we have these little frivolous debates about who believes and who doesn't believe, see, there's a God that is sitting high and looking low. And do we know who he is? Not who people have told us that he is, but do we know him for ourselves, for our actual self?
But Vaughn, the problem,
Brother Vaughn, I don't think nobody denied that part. I think speaking on.
No, I'm not trying to go back and forth. I was just sharing, you know, my feelings or my, you know.
And I respect, and I respect that, and I love you dearly, and I appreciate your respect of, and I believe wholeheartedly in what you're saying. We're talking about the problematic part about what religion and has done as far as in the Black community,
right?
And our experiences with it, like you're telling your experience,
right? No, and I get
there's
that,
another side because we know that there are heathens and hypocrites in all walks of life. They in the strip club, they're in all of that.
Here's the thing, Patrice. You know, we have a proclivity to do the same thing over and over again. You see what I'm saying?
Right, but Vaughn, don't you know that Christians are held to a higher standard, just like police officers are held to a higher standard, right? Remember that conversation we had. So when you have a person that's on the,
but you gotta let me finish my point. You gotta let me finish my point.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying it would be fine for me to let you finish talking. But if we're gonna overtalk each other, then we won't understand each other.
Go ahead, brother.
That part right there. So if we can talk and interject when it's possible, then I can gain something from what you're saying and you can gain something from what I'm saying, you know. And what I'm saying is we do this as Black people quite a bit. You know, we project our situations on circumstances when we are the ones that are responsible for how we move forward. A lot of us sit around and talk about how bad the white man did us and that the white man is keeping us down. The white man is not keeping us down. It is us. There's too many opportunities out here for us to excel and succeed. And the same thing when it comes to Christianity. We are so bent and swayed upon talking about the deterrent and the wrong, of the matter, and the hypocritical aspect of it, to where we miss the juice and the heart of it. You know what I'm saying? We can all point out with the hypocrisy, and we can all point out the false prophets, and we can all point out all of this stuff, that the hypocrisy of some of these bishops and pastors, and how they're misappropriating the monies, and all of these things. They do the same thing in politics. Corruption is all over the land. But the point is, as long as we focus on this corruption, then we're not focusing on how God wants us to move, because he has a design for our individual lives. Yes, notice a false prophet when you see them. Yes, notice a hypocrite when you see them. You see what I'm saying? Don't be ignorant of these things, but don't get so caught up on the fact that, in other words, it's like you're looking at the other person. You're looking out the window instead of looking in the mirror. That's how I want to say it.
Okay, well, Brother Vaughn, just like you just got up here, you got up here and cooked, and you just brought the good part from your experience of being a Christian.
So why not bring the good part? Why do we need to talk about 10 hours about the bad part?
But that's not true, because
and guiding people to God.
That's not true, because Queen just got up here and talked about the goodness on her part, and probably when we get to Daryl, he gonna probably talk about the goodness of what it has done for him. So
exactly, and that's why I got up here. That's exactly
I even spoke and talked about when I practice organized religion, what it done for me as far as giving me a moral compass. So there is two sides of the coin on this panel. It just seems that it's that way, because when you're talking about what's right and what's wrong, you have to cover what's right and what's wrong. So we're talking about the right and the wrong, right?
Well, hey.
So we have to give both perspectives, right?
Listen, everybody, hold on 1 second, Mr. Brian. Hold on 1 second. Everybody, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I do want to say this one thing, and then Mr. Brian, I definitely want you to make your argument. And D definitely.
No argument.
No. Just not even your argument, but I just want you to share your perspective, right? I do want to say this. We can't, but we also can't ignore systematically. We could say, like, white people, are not holding us back, this and the third, but we cannot ignore systematically what's been done to us in this country back then and even now. Like, we have to keep it 100.
And even when it comes to religion, they have a lot to do with that. Let's admit the truth on that.
Don't misunderstand what I'm saying now, because that's exactly not what I'm saying. Yeah, there are some things that have we've been done wrong. There's some things that need to be addressed and noticed. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that, I'm just speaking, since we are on this topic of religion, and I hear the word Christianity, and it's more browbeaten. You can do 30 minutes on Buddhism, but nobody's talking about that.
It's all religion. I'm saying now, we're saying all religion.
Okay, but I'm just hearing the word Christianity quite a bit more than I'm hearing Shantoism or Muslim or
but Brian,
just other religions.
Yeah, but just to make it clear, right? That's why I said it earlier, right? It's based off like your own personal experiences, because the reason why, and here's the thing, I understand why Christianity could be like a more common topic, right? Because Christianity was pretty much forced. Okay, within our generation, and that's how, and especially in American society, that's how the majority of Black folks adopted.
But when you say our generation,
wait, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
I know, but you're talking about our generation, but Christianity was way before our generation. Before this white slave master. So I'm trying to understand it also.
Okay, so let me
trying to understand that part.
Okay, so basically, right, even though Christianity or whatever, right, the Bible came, from, before, our time, I guess, however you want to call it, before slavery, white people still use that book to form that religion and instill into Black folks, Black slaves. And so once slaves was free, what did they go to? They only went to something that they were only taught. You know, there's other religions that people could learn, but instead of trying to learn other religions, the safe net is basically go to the original, religion that you was forced to learn. And then that was passed down through generation as we was taught that, look, Christianity in American society was the truth. And no other books, the Quran or anything else, was the actual living truth. We have to follow the Bible. We have to do Christian-like duties if we want to get saved and go to heaven and all this other good stuff. So our minds, we chose, and this is where we had to take the accountability that, as Black folks, because here's the thing, we could say that religion pretty much pushed us back, but we also have to take the responsibility, accountability on ourselves. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, this goes back to the Lucifer topic, that Lola had, where we're just blaming everyone else but ourselves. We're taking no accountability for any. I'm sorry, we're not taking no accountability for ourselves, but we're so easy to blame someone else or to blame this. But in order to have these discussions where we could kind of learn from it, we have to kind of play the blame game and narrow down all these things that we're blamed the most before we get back and have a deep discussion, a breaking point, and say, hey, well, maybe we are the common denominator because we chose not to pick up a book to educate ourselves even further.
Brother D, go on and cook, man. You muted too.
Yeah, I just unmuted. I hope everybody's having a good evening.
You chilling, man. You chilling.
Good evening, Terrell.
What's going on?
Good evening, Lady OG Patrice, Lady Lola, Queen, Lady Queen, and gentlemen,
Good.
and OGs and spiritual advisors too. So listen, when I think about religion, I grew up in like a very militant family, you know what I mean? And Christians, they often talk about the morality of things, as they should. But, I always had inspirations for Black people to conquer. And Christians always leave out the one important thing that you need to conquer, and that's money and resources. Christians hate talking about money. And I find it that a lot of them is either like maybe economically struggling, or they just don't give a fuck about the community in a way that they financially are spending money with the community. Let me give examples, okay? Nobody, and I've argued this since I've been in high school, so like I have like a lot of data, like a decade of data, that African Americans spend about $300 billion in the country. But that's what they pull from consumers, Brother Clarence. That's Gucci and everything else. You know what the government don't count? Tithes and offerings. Right? So the 50s and the 20s, there's a church in Southfield, Michigan, where I just was until I came back to East Lansing. There's a church called Word of Faith. It's bigger than my college university, the campus. You have to tithe or you won't be accepted through the door. Right? So they literally make you invest in God. The interesting thing, though, about all of this is that, so I used to tell my pastor this, Sunday, Lola, all the money going to the churches, right, Brother Clarence? Piles of money. Guess where it goes on Monday? It goes into banks like Bank of America, right? JP Morgan Chase. Why do we give a fuck about that? Who gives a fuck about banks when it comes to God? Cool, because this is about the Black community. So those same churches take heavy money out the Black community. My church, they built $1 million church in the Black community. I said, damn, $1 million.
Damn,
what that could have did with the community if you just, but I'm gonna get there. So there's a history of lending discrimination, right? So we take literally from the black people and say, thank you, we're going to reinvest this. We give you turkeys on fucking Thanksgiving, whatever, right? But then the banks, they take that money and they give it to Michael Blumenthal and his wife, and they go buy a new business, they buy a new salad bar, because they just started a new salad bar. I said a salad bar, and it's been open for a year now. Who the fuck? So, and they open a new salad bar, and then because I have a lot of research about discriminatory with loan and lending practices, right? The black person with the same exact qualifications, because people always say, well, did he come with the right stuff? So let's get that out the way. Same exact similar backgrounds. Everything is basically the same. And he, Mr. M3 and his wife, they can't open their salad. They get denied. They only get access to loans that put them further in debt. You want to get a car loan, Mr. Best? Well, you want a brand new Durango? I got you. 80,000 sign. You can get a Hellcat. Take that motherfucker. Hope you crash it too. Hope you lease it and hope I hope something happens to it. Now you got to pay me the whole thing and you don't got no whip. Whew. Right. I'm not even gonna talk about the little terms and agreements in between the dotted lines. That's a whole different conversation. Right. Then Lola says, "Oh man, they decided that Lola makes too much money. Her daughter can't get she can't FAFSA said her daughter can't get financial aid. So Lola goes to bank.
That did happen. That did happen to me though.
Oh yeah. So Lola goes. Lola says, I wanna take out a loan. Cool. Perfect. We love education. What assets do you have again? Home, auto loans. No, that's not enough. You want a $40,000 loan per year for education. How are you gonna pay that back? That's the first question. It's not gonna work for me, baby. How about you put a lien against your home, and then if you don't pay that, you owe me the money for the loan, and I take your home, and your daughter still don't get the money for education, which happens to a lot of black people. So right now that we got the lending discrimination shit, right, and how black people in the church do that. Now let's talk about why black people don't have structures and why black men can't build loans. I did a video, and Brother Clarence is here. He remember. His name is Bernard Garrett. Bernard Garrett was the African-American man who bought 169 properties in Los Angeles, first black man to own a bank. He didn't own a bank, did he, Brother Clarence? Why? Why couldn't he own a bank, Brother Clarence? Was he qualified? Was he smart enough? Because of the color of his skin. So the bank didn't give him a loan. So what he decided to do? I'll go buy the fucking building that the bank stays in. We either going to evict you out of the biggest property in downtown Los Angeles, or you can give me a loan. So now he forced his way into that, right? But then he do what, Brother Clarence? He helped his own black people, and what happened? The brothers down in Texas said, right? So, how does the black church hurt the black community? If you want to talk about economics, I would say nobody else hurts the black church more. The black community more than the black church. I would say that since Black Wall Street, the black church has had men that's not teaching how to build houses and put fucking planks and boards and HVAC and all this shit they talk about. No. But they will ask you for tithes and offering. And if you grew up in a certain era like I did, you couldn't even come to church looking a certain type of way. So some of my homies couldn't even come to fucking church. Not because they didn't believe in God, not because they wasn't good people, but because they had dirty jeans and sneakers. And not because they smoked weed, because their dad smoked weed and they grew up, when they left the house, they smelled like weed. So people had preconceived thoughts about them. So you asked me, how does the black community get harmed by the fucking church? And I think about how many young men I've known, I grew up with, and I saw die and all kinds of shit, that they go to a church and say, I need $20 for a fucking burger, and they would say no. And invest you from fucking Brooklyn Those motherfuckers have churches the size of a fucking block with painted fucking colored fucking windows, and homeless motherfuckers right outside can't sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I can go for days about why I turned away from religion. I haven't even started to talk about the people and the hypocrisy. I'll leave OJ Patrice. She seems to get that down to a fucking science right now. But I'm just going to talk about money, because we act like you don't need money, and we don't, like, we live in a classless society, like social economics don't matter, and that just praising God is going to get us to the place that we really need to be, when really, this might sound awful, but I would say just praising God has gotten us to the place that we are now. But that's just me. I might be a young man. I might be highly misguided, and I might just be this person who reads too fucking much. But based on what I've read, I mean, people can say red line and stop. Yeah, you can say that, but they had to have the Fair Housing Act in 1968. My mom was born in 1961. Just to put that into perspective, right? I can imagine what Vaughn and Queen parents was fucking dealing with discriminatory loans. Jesus, how so even up to 1977, the Community Reinvestment Act. Why they had to do that? To prevent redlining and encourage banks and savings associations to help African Americans meet the credit needs for all the communities. 1974, Congress passes the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. I wonder why all this is happening. Are the men and the Christians? Are the men in the banks not Christians? Do they not go to church on Sundays?
Correct. It's not helping. Religion isn't helping them where it needs to help them. That's not.
It's a scapegoat.
And guess who the Christians have to go to? And the banks love giving them loans. We funnel money through you. You don't pay taxes. I'm not saying nothing. This is all hypothetical. But I can be the biggest drug dealer and funnel a fucking shit ton of cash through fucking churches, because the feds literally have no jurisdiction there.
None.
There's this fucking separation between church and state that you would never be able to touch me on. So I'm just saying, I mean, black people, this is just something that I've always loved debating with, the people of the faith, because when I present all these different things and every year something new happens, like the black couple that had their house appraised $500,000 less, that's black. I mean, Lola, give me half. If people say it's not a big deal, cool. Give me $500,000 of your fucking cash.
Right.
It's not a big deal, but it is a big deal. And that's one black family.
But what you're suggesting is that the churches have been, well, not the church. Let me stop saying it. Religion has been of no help in terms of the problems we face that are the most dire that we have currently.
From an economic standpoint, yes, I believe that.
But you also make a moral argument too that ties into it.
Absolutely. I believe if that money was, let's say, if all the tithes and offering was not given to banks and they put that cash literally and said, all right, we're going to give this to families, go build your house, go repair this. Mr. Best, you own 2 houses with Queen. You guys go repair that. Go put a tenant in that, right? You guys have a kid, whatever. You guys pass away, they get that, right? And keep reinvesting, right. Now, instead of the cycle being church, bank, white people, it's church, black people, children, and we create a different cycle. But we don't do that because the churches is more than likely taking loans out from the fucking bank. Therefore, they are beholden to the fucking bank more than they're beholden to Jesus and the people in the community. That's just my ending thoughts.
Man,
I like that.
But
wait,
hold on.
We have
First Lady Tammy.
Tammy.
She's in the building, and Big Rig, I know you also want to chop in, and then everybody else can go ahead.
We're gonna let First Lady Tammy cook real quick. What's up, First Lady Tammy?
Hold on, Tammy.
What's going on, everybody?
After much.
Hey, Tammy Tam.
Patrice, I always enjoy when you on here. I'm not gonna be able to see when you're on the thing. I'm taking a little break from TV for the month of August. So I'm gonna take August over to see you on there. It's always nice to see you, Patrice.
You too, love.
And I did look into how to get on those shows, and they ain't doing no auditioning or whatever right now. So I was kind of in my feelings about that. I'm trying to win $1 million. So
keep trying.
I'm gonna keep trying because I want to be on there. So this is an interesting topic. When it comes to student loans, I think it's just a matter of people are not informed that loans are not your only option when it comes to paying for school, and that's why there's always a lot of scholarships and things that go left unacquired because people do not know. So that's why you see where some student gets like $1 million in scholarships and 6-figure amounts in scholarships because they took the time to find that information out. So I think when it comes to loans, it's about being informed about what your options are and knowing that that's not the only option. And I think it's also a matter of understanding what a loan is. And I feel like that's the whole financial literacy thing that is lacking when it comes to education, because a lot of kids do not understand what credit cards are, how to utilize them if they get them. They don't understand about loans for college. That's why, you go through FAFSA and you get loans and more loans and more loans, and then you have a bunch of student loan debt. So I think it's just a matter of being informed, and as a parent, informing your kids on what they should do so that they're aware. When it comes to religion, I find this a very interesting topic, just because a lot of times we do tend to blame the people that are supposed to be the head of the church for certain things. And we do blame just the church for certain things. And I don't necessarily think that's the right thing to do, because people make their own choices. So, for example, if you have a church where there are homeless people outside or whatever, or a church where they're not letting people in, that's not necessarily the church's fault. It's the people that are in the church, that are leading the church, that are making those decisions. So it's not religion's fault. It's those people that are making those decisions. So we can't necessarily say that it's because of the religion. It's because those people are making those choices, because not every church is like that. So that'd be like saying that every church you see, there's homeless people out there and they don't let them in. Every church, there's people that, are not wearing whatever they need to wear, and they're being pushed out or not allowed to get in. There are some churches, I will say, that do have it where, if you're not paying a certain amount of money. I know church specifically where they want a copy of your tax stuff, so they know how much money you're going to be getting when you get your income tax, and how much money you need to be tithing. But as I said, there is a church, not every church. So I do believe that you have to be very, just take each church as an individual and not as a whole. And I think a lot of times when it comes to certain things, we put everything under one umbrella, and we say, this is how it is with one, and then it must be like that with all the others. And that's just not necessarily the case. I used to go to church. I choose not to, but I will go. If I have somebody who invites me to church, I would go, because I do listen to some preachers, and I do like the things that they say as far as the meaning behind it. And I do read the Bible, and there's things in there that that I think are very interesting. I don't necessarily think that everybody that's in the church is doing what they should be doing. And a lot of times the leader of the church is one of the main people not doing what they're supposed to. So, I've gone to a church and stopped going because the pastor was messing with women in the church, and it was like a repeated thing over and over again. And, then you have the argument where people say, well, he's a man just like every man. But, the thing about it is, when you're in a leadership position, there are certain expectations there, and there are certain responsibilities that you have. And if you don't fully understand that, you should not be in that position. because there are certain things that are just not okay. And even if he is a man like any other man, even as a man, there are certain things you shouldn't be doing. So, I mean, if you married, you're not supposed to be having sex with a bunch of different women. So, I mean, some men do, but I mean, that doesn't make it okay. I mean, it's not.
Well, that's the truth. I know that to be the truth.
Right. So, I mean, that's the
I have
thing.
sort of a reply for that.
It being, you being a man like any other man is almost to justify that and justify when any other man does that. So, I mean, I think, like I said, I think we have to do things as individuals, not as a whole. So, there's good and bad in everything. Even when we're talking about churches, there are great churches and there are not so great churches. There's great people and there's not so great people. There's great preachers and there's not so great people.
Tammy, yes. I want to just say this because you're right, and I don't know if anybody else put the disclaimer out. We can say some, not all, because all churches are not bad and all preachers and all. So we're not saying that. So yeah. I did. You're right. I want to put that disclaimer out there. So you're absolutely right.
And that, I mean, I just think just in general, a lot of times, we just say those things because we've experienced whatever we have, and we just have this mindset, well, all of them must be like this. And unless you've been to every single one, you cannot necessarily say that every single one is like that. You may say, well, I've been to enough. Well, what's enough to you may not be enough to somebody else. So our opinions are based on the things we go through and the things we experience. So, I think when it comes to this, I don't think religion can be a bad thing. I think it can, and I think it can be. I think it can't be. I think everything is based on your choices, and who you choose to listen to is also based on your choices. So we have free will for a reason. Religion is not for everybody. I mean, there's a lot of things that people do that they will justify as being okay, and let's just be honest. So, somebody who does drugs is going to tell you how great it feels and how you should do it too, and how you got to join them and all kinds of other things. And you might not agree with them, but they're going to try to tell you as much as they can. I mean, somebody who likes to drink is going to tell you how good that alcohol tastes when it's going down, how good they feel when they're intoxicated. You might not agree with that. But in their mind, they're going to tell you that it's okay, and that it's good. So, like I said, it's, you have to take things on a case-by-case basis and know that there's going to be negative and positive. There's going to be good people. There's going to be not so good people. So that's the thing. As far as, religion, and it, not being used to hold back the African American community. Gosh, I mean, there's a lot of things that can hold back the African American community, including certain mindsets can hold back the African American community. But yeah, I think, mindsets and choices. So, like I said, I don't think that, religion can be a bad thing. Anything can be bad in the wrong hands. Let's just say that. Anything can be bad in the wrong hands and with someone who has the wrong mindset and the wrong intentions. So, so that's what I have to say.
Okay.
All right, let me run something real quick. Oh yeah, I forgot Rex. Go ahead, Rex. Let me run something real quick because y'all going. You feel me? But yeah, I'm hearing a lot of opinions. You feel me? I'm not gonna come with no opinion, man. I ain't gonna do that. But yes, sir. What I am gonna do is, try to hit with like 2 questions. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got Bro Clarence, he a Muslim. We got Von Bryan, he a Christian, right? So, I mean, those are umbrellas themselves, right? So, you got the Christian umbrella, you got the Muslim umbrella, right? Wouldn't that kind of be like that? Mm-hmm. Would you agree? Okay, mm-hmm. But I mean, at the same time, though, there's just one God, right? Mm-hmm. So that's why I don't really subscribe to really just, no more to just being, if I'm just a Christian or if I'm just whatever. I don't do that. I try to get information from all of it. You feel me? That's where I'm at nowadays. You know what I'm saying? not to bash anything, but that's just where I'm at, man. I believe there's just one God, you know what I'm saying? And that's what it is, man. I want to learn the truth from all aspects of the game. But then the other thing I was going to ask too, well, if we all believe that there is one God and he's the one that created everything and gave you you know, the knowledge to make choices, you know, right or wrong, right? I mean, we got good in us and we all got wicked in us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then who's Satan?
I
I'm gonna just leave it at that, man.
I think the thing is, bro. Hold on, OG. I'm sorry. I think the thing is, bro, is this, right? I think this is what I always tell people, right? Like, and the choices that you make in life, right? You have to assume responsibility for those choices, right? That's why, you know, just like for me, like I just keep it 100% real, right? Like I know for me, like if the perfect family structure that a lot of people talk about, if that was the case and everything was supposed to be the way it's supposed to be, I wouldn't even be here. You know what I mean? Because that wasn't followed by one of my grandfathers. He kind of did whatever he wanted to do. So at the end of the day, I'd rather be here than not be here. You know what I'm saying? I'll just take it like that. You know what I'm saying? And I think sometimes we prejudge people, right? Or we say, okay, you shouldn't do this, or you shouldn't smoke, or you shouldn't drink, or you shouldn't sleep with this many people, you shouldn't do this and do that and do that. It's all a matter of perspective based on what works for you, right? I could tell you, yo, I don't think that you should be drinking soda, right? I had a conversation with somebody about this. They got really mad about this. And I ain't even say nothing wrong, right? But that was my perspective, right? I gave them my perspective. And that's the thing. Give people your perspective. Stop telling people what to do.
Exactly.
Just give them your perspective. I don't think that because you are doing this, that this is beneficial for you, right? Give me your perspective. Everything else is everything else. Like, stop trying to force stuff. You know what I mean? Because then once you try to force stuff, you understand you're living in a free society, right? So when you try to force people to do something, they're not listening to you. It's not going to happen, okay? Because they're able to do what they want. So unless we're gonna start, like I said, and I'm always advocate of this, destroying and rebuilding. Unless we're gonna destroy and rebuild and set up a whole new community, a whole new way of system, a whole new way that we're doing things with people of color, then yeah, we can have those. We can restructure things and we can figure out if some people want to do monogamy or poly, or is marriage a concept that we want to follow, or you know, should we even have alcohol in the community? Should we even have cigarettes? We could go through the whole line of that, right? Should we even have drugs or whatever? But until we're going to destroy and rebuild and people just able to live free and do what they want, it's all perspective. Because at the end of the day, they could just say, F you, I can do whatever I want. And there's nothing you can do. Literally. You know what I mean? There's nothing you can do. The best thing you can do is say, hey, look, I believe this is what's healthy. These are the results. These are the facts. Based on what you're doing, now it's up to you to decide. You know what I mean?
But Mr. That's moving based on religion.
May I speak? May I say something right quick? And I want to say this wholeheartedly with all truth, right? Like, as people that are believers, especially Christians, for the ones that is going around here saying they Christian. And even if they saying they believers and they believe in God, y'all be careful who y'all believe that it's the same Christianity and serve the same God as you do. Because there's people that don't. There are certain people, especially in the entertainment industry, that tell you that they are Christian, but they don't serve the same God that you serve. Trust me when I tell you. Because there is a certain form of Christianity that are Satan worshipers. But they'll tell you they're Christian and they tell you they believe in God, but it ain't the same God. So that's why I say, I don't want everybody praying for me. I don't want, listen, because I don't know what God you serve. I only know what God I serve. So when I tell y'all and say this is wholeheartedly true, it is people that will tell you that they believe in God and they are Christians and they are followers of Jesus Christ and they are Satan worshipers.
OG Patrice, with all
you got to be careful of that.
Nothing to do with the community and whether or not somebody prays to Jesus or the Virgin Mary or the devil.
God or Allah or whatever they want to call
it. It has nothing to do with our community moving forward, and we can't make decisions based on who God is or is not when it comes to how we move in our way. That is not going to get us nowhere, as it has not gotten us anywhere.
Lola, you just totally missed my point, sis, as you did earlier.
That has nothing to do with right now.
No, sister, I just said when you on panels and other people on panels and they be like, I'm Christian and I believe in God. I'm just saying to people that are believers or Christians or believe in God and things of that nature, when they girl, pray for me and pray for me. I'm just saying, beware and be careful of who you ask and what you ask of those people, because a lot of times these people don't serve the God you serve, or the Christianity that you serve. I'm only making a statement, Lola. I said it to make a statement, not for it to be a banter. I only just literally said it because I know people in this industry that say that, and I know that they serve the devil.
But that's their right to do that. They have a right to say anything they
want. Oh my God, Lola! I didn't say they didn't. Why? I'm only saying people have to be careful. That's all I said. And of course, it's their business to do what they want to do. But I'm saying when you rock, because Christians try to rock with each other as brothers and sisters in Christ.
Religions on this panel.
Lola, Christians, brothers and sisters in Christ that say they serve Christ and are Christians.
One mic, people. One mic.
Lola.
One mic.
Lola.
Family.
Okay, hold on.
Pause. All right. Listen. Okay. Let me just say this. OG is just making a statement because, right? She's only saying that people can say those things, and basically when they're saying that, it's a form of them trying to control you. It's a form of them trying to mind control you and make you believe that they actually are really on your side or actually supporting the same thing that you're supporting, and they really not. They just saying that they just saying that to pander you. No, but she's just giving you perspective, right? Everybody, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Everybody's giving perspective. So, you know what I mean? That perspective that she shared may be helpful to someone who actually believes in that.
Yeah,
right? Yeah, if someone is of that ilk. If they're not, then they probably don't care. It's useless to them. But this is the thing. When we share perspective, you know what I mean? Perspective is perspective. Something that I may share, you may completely agree with this. Some you may not even care about. It's fine. I'm cool with it all. You know what I'm saying? I know M3 wanted to make a statement based on something that Tammy shared. So if we can move to that, that'll be great.
Yeah, we'll move on from here. We'll move on from here though. I think everybody got to understand it. We just want to make sure that it's okay to disagree and to have your own perspective. But remember this though, no one's perspective is ever heard when there's multiple people that is talking. So when there's multiple people talking, can nobody hear what anybody's saying? So I just want to let you guys know that. Okay. So,
disagreeing and being dismissive is two different things. Like I can disagree with something Lola say, but I'm never going to dismiss what she said like it's not important or irrelevant or it's not a factor. And that's where the problem lies. Is when someone says something that she don't agree with or that she push back on, she do it dismissively as to say it doesn't matter or it's not important. And that's the part for me that I find problematic. In it's okay to disagree with what I'm saying. It's okay to but to be dismissive and say, well, that don't matter. It ain't important. And that like it's literally a perspective, an opinion, and a view that I'm giving. And I made a statement. It was a general statement. I'm just saying because I know that Christians who are followers of Christ, they believe in the brethren and the sister factor in their religion, right? So they think that just because somebody say they are Christian like them, that's their sister and brother in Christ. When I'm saying that it's not necessarily so. So when they have conversation, they be like, sister, pray for me, brother, pray for me. You never know, the person could be praying for your demise because they don't serve the same God you may serve. They may not mean you well. They may actually mean you ill will. So that was the only statement and perspective I was given. I don't know why it was the dismissiveness of that, but I think it's a legitimate thing to say.
We moving forward. We moving forward.
I'm not trying
Hold on,
to
no, hold on, y'all. Hold on. I don't want to mute everybody, but I will. Hold on. We ain't talking about this no more. We're moving on. M3, go ahead.
All right. So my question is, right, because I know, like, now, like in American society nowadays, a lot of people, they talk about, like, okay, it's, rightfully so, to marry one spouse. But then when you go back into the biblical times, you're seeing like all these like high prestige type of men marrying multiple women. And so the thing is, my question is that, like, okay, because somebody made a statement saying, like, agreeing that, well, okay, yeah, you're supposed to. Maybe I heard it wrong, but to me, what I got from it, what I thought I sound like somebody said, like you have to be married to one person, as opposed to you should be married to one person. Now, like I said, I probably heard wrong, but it kind of made me thought, like, okay, well, let me ask this type of question, because I know usually you'll probably get the majority of people saying that, hey, you should marry one spouse. I'm a married man and I only marry one person. That's the agreement. But for other people, how do you what do you think? Where did the actual law of being married to one person came from, basically? Why does it seem like it's only in the American society, sort of American culture, when there's other cultures, or Utah, America, that goes with the polygamy standpoint? So is it really wrong for us to be married to one person? Should we go back to way back, and have a polygamous mindset, or should we just keep it as it is? I know it was like a little wordy, but I just want to kind of put all these ideas out there,
I'm not sure.
I
think the OG
I'm a little confused as to the linkage to the topic of the black.
It's just a question.
Yeah, just a question though.
I'm sorry, I was distracted. I did not hear the full question.
No worries. I'll reform it like in short terms. Basically, the majority of people in American society get married based off of their religion, but they're married to one person. Now, here's the thing. Now, the Bible back then had, multiple wives, but those are usually people who had high prestige. Oh, salute to props as well, But, when you go to modern churches or whatever, the pastor, everybody will preach that in America that you need to be married to one person. Like, you have to be married. Otherwise, you're a sin when you're messing around with multiple women, or if you try and have multiple wives, they look down upon that. But this was something which was acceptable back in the biblical times. So I'm trying to get an understanding, basically, like I said, it was just like just a topical question about religion, but I just wanted to know about that part.
My perspective on that is the people that practice more of the Old Testament part of the Bible religion, where that was acceptable, that was a part of the culture and a part of the faith, where they have multiple wives. So when you see certain religion aspects now, like Mormons and certain parts of Muslim religions, they still practice that, based off of that Old Testament statutes and things of that nature. So I believe that using the justification of the Old Testament is the reason why they want to practice that, because they still think that is a statute or a law because it's Old Testament teaching. In my humble opinion, that's just what I say about that.
Okay.
I would say, are you doing it just to practice that part of it? Or are you doing it because you really believe in what you're practicing?
That's a
so
good
you got to
question.
check the motives of the heart. Why are you doing what you do? Are you doing it because you want to have multiple wives, you want to have your thing, you want to enjoy your life, or are you doing it because you really believe that that's a part of who you are? And that's what I wanted to say, OG Patrice. I don't know who said it, but I was going to say, what you're saying is that there's wolf in sheep's clothing, and that's everywhere in life. So
yeah, absolutely. But
that's all I'm gonna say. And
exactly, and most of them are in the religion, faith, and cult, right? Like they pretend to be one thing and they are totally another thing.
And I did want to say,
we moving on from that topic. Please don't mention it again. All right.
I wanted to say something to Daryl's. Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. I did want to say that I understand what you're saying, and I think that's a detriment. But I also believe that as you see it being a problem, what are you doing with the, like the problem that I have is that a lot of people see that and they don't utilize their skills to help change that. There are a lot of that I personally know of that I've worked with in my field that do a lot. Buy people houses, help with affordable housing, soup kitchen every day, having 15 to 20 programs for kids, adults, and all kind of stuff. So, I think it's unfortunate that the ones that aren't doing anything are, to me, a lot of times the mega churches that get the bad rap for the little ones in a community that are doing a lot. And I think that's the unfortunate part of it.
I think that I'm not even gonna lie. At this point in my life, I guess I could have did a whole bunch of different things, but like looking back on it, I've always done what I've always done. I presented the exact facts, and what I usually find that, like I said, I've been presenting this argument since I was like in high school, and what I find is the adults who actually run the facilities, they just don't care. They rather keep practicing and going on with their beliefs like it don't matter. Right? They like social economics, education, that's all stuff for the kids who want to be like white people. But then they also tell black people to pass on generational wealth. So I'll be just fucking confused because how those things don't correlate. You know what I mean? And then it'd be crazy too because the pastor's usually the one in the Range Rover in the congregation poorer than a motherfucker. But I digress.
And he's usually the same one that'll tell you don't do this and don't do that. But then meanwhile, behind the curtain, you sleeping around with this man's wife, that man's wife, having an orgy and all that.
I'm just saying, reparations can there be fulfilled by like tithes and offerings. In my opinion, I believe that reparations literally can be fulfilled by the circulation of the black dollars, literally on one day of the week. But
wow,
that's my opinion.
I think that is actually true, bro. I think we could do that, most definitely.
And also, please keep in mind that all of these people in all forms of religion, no matter what the religion is, they are the first ones that's going to be judged and stand before God and have to give account for the people that they led straight to hell and did wrong and committed all of these sins and crimes in the eyes of God. Just know that. If you want to talk biblically about who's going to be judged the hardest and first, they are going to be. So I digress from that.
I just got one again. I just got one question because OG Patrice, you said something about people praying for you, or don't pray for me because I don't know, what God you praying to. Well, again, I gotta ask, how many gods is there? You know what I'm saying? Like, Is there one God or is there multiple gods? I mean, how many gods is there?
Big Red Slap, that's a great question because it depends on the religion and depends on who you ask and what day of the week it is. That's
Well, see,
how
that's the
people.
thing. That's
Yeah.
the thing that's so confusing to me, OG Patrice, because
I
that's
believe
kind of why
that
I'm
there's one
glad.
God. If I could
Exactly,
just say
Von
that,
Bryant.
I believe that there's one God. Now, hey, people could serve the tennis shoe God and the couch God,
Right.
the TV God. I don't know, but the one true God, that's the God that I believe in.
Absolutely.
You know? And so,
absolutely,
yeah,
and that's
and
why
if
with
you
Bro
believe in
Clarence
that God,
here,
then we have something in common. And if you don't believe in that God, we still have something in common because we are human beings and we still have to die and stand before Him.
I can dig it. But see, that's where I have, where I asked the question, and that's why I'm glad Bro Clarence is here because of his religion. Aren't we speaking on the same God?
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to know, brother. That's all I wanted to know.
Whoever you worship, man, it's your God.
No. That's not my question, though. That's not my question, bro.
So his question is asking more: is the God that Christians serve is the same God that Muslims serve? Basically,
period. Is it, how many gods is there? I don't want to hear about, like he said, the tennis shoe God, the whatever God. I'm talking about God, the Creator, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what time I'm on.
Yeah.
And I digress.
You know, Big Riz, I used to always say to my pastors that religion was man's or simpleton, however you want to say it, ways of trying to explains actual God's work, right? Like they don't really know who God. I mean, sorry, I'm not saying this is like how I think now, but like belief in actually knowing who the Creator is. I've always, and I might be wrong, always thought those two different things because, like, again, I'm of a belief that we all believe we come from Africa, so we all believe that at one point all of our people was in the pyramids. If you believe that, then you have to like study the hieroglyphs, and if you study hieroglyphs, then you understand that like those things are far predated before, from my understanding, Christianity in the recorded world. But in those things, I don't know. I digress. Forget it.
Well, if I could just say something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Derek. Go ahead.
So I say, because talking about African guys, that's like that's a whole different conversation.
Yeah.
But I digress.
One source, many names, man. That's what I'm talking about, man.
And one thing, if I could just say this, and because I'm just surprised I'm up here for this conversation because I really, it can be quite exhausting, because it's nothing that I really have to prove. I'm not here to defend who God is. Who am I as a man to defend this mammoth and huge God? He is who He is. He speaks and men die. He speaks again and men live. So I can't sit here and try to tell you everything about His characteristics because I only know in part. I only know some things. I only know the things that are revealed to me at this present stage. I'm still trying to figure Him out. None of us can fathom infinity. We can talk about infinity, but that's God. He's the beginning and the end. He was before there was a was. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, when we get into these topics of trying to figure out who's right and who's wrong, and I would just say, hey, come on, let's just try to figure out who God is, and please stop limiting who He is to 66 books in the Bible. His knowledge and His deity alone transcends just 66 books in a Bible. He's more bigger. He's more mammoth than that. He's in the math book. You see what I'm saying? He's under your couch. He's in your kitchen. He's omnipresent. He's omnipotent. And so the Bible, basic instructions before leaving earth. That's how somebody broke it down. I thought that was perfect. These are just basic instructions that this book holds. These are some basic knowledge about God that this book entails. You see what I'm saying? And it's not everything about Him, because there's not a book big enough to contain him. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. He's God, you know. So when we get into it's kind of like I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to say foolish conversations, but you know, when we sit and we try to debate about who God is and how his existence is, and you know, we only know in part. You know, we end up tripping each other up. You know, I think the main point is for us to really know who our Creator is, and live a life according to whatever those standards are that He set for us, and rules and regulations that and moral compasses that He set for us to live by. And some people are just immoral, so they reject some of these commandments. You know, the commandments are not just in the Bible. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I hate to bust your bubble, but there's more than 10 commandments. Are you kidding me? You know, but because you got 10 of them, you say that that's all that there is. But see, you got to search God, and He's going to open up something else to you too.
That's a fact. That's a fact. You preaching right now, Vaughn. You preaching, man.
You know, and so when
this is a good conversation, man.
Exactly. So when we become finite in our thinking and our relationship with God, and say that, well, you know, the only truth I know is in the scriptures. And then when we get so finite, you know, there's truth in the math book. There's some books about philosophy that has a lot of truth in it. Some of it you need to, it's like chew the meat, spit out the bones, you know? So, I know we get into these conversations, and I like to have them. When I was younger, I used to try to, excuse me, go back and forth and, this scripture for that scripture, and try to prove this and that. How ignorant is that? When God sits high and He looks low.
Brother Vaughn, I will say,
I know there's always
I love when you come up here and give your righteous indignation and stand on what you stand on. Like, I got no problem with that. I'm not dismissing your righteous indignation, your opinion, your views. I don't understand how things go left based off of a comment that somebody made, like a general comment.
Listen,
you know what I mean? I'm not.
Don't misunderstand. I'm not.
No, and I don't. And I respect your point of view. I respect your opinion. I respect your righteous indignation. I respect your stance on things. The problem is when we have conversations and when we totally dismiss somebody else's like it doesn't matter and it's not important. That's where the problem comes in. I just don't understand how that conversation went left like that. Like, it didn't even have to. It was a general statement.
Now, when did you feel the conversation went left, Patrice? Are you talking about between me and you, or
no
conversation in general?
I'm talking about the conversation between me and Lola. Like, I just made a general statement about how Christians and people of the faith need to be careful who they asking to pray for them and who they think serve the same God they serve. I don't understand how that went left just based off my statement I made. I didn't think that there was nothing wrong with that.
But listen. I totally agree with what you said. I don't like people, you know, I come from the old school church where they believed in laying hands, you know. And you know, the brother would come up and want to pray with you and put his right hand, you know, on your forehead. I don't know what you did last night with your right hand.
Thank you. Do you think I want any preacher that's out here?
Because I'm going to tell you something.
Hold on, family. Hold on. I just said 20 minutes ago, we ain't talking about that no more. Let's move on.
Okay. So can I just?
I'm not saying it no more.
Okay,
like, I'm not.
I get it.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Is it possible for me to have something closing to say? Because I'm not going
to. Yes, sir, Mr. Brian.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I would like to say this just to clear the air. You know, yes, I believe in the teachings of Jesus Christ. I'm a Christian, but here's the thing: I don't get up here as if I'm a perfect individual. You know, when I go to the toilet to take a shit, I have to spray behind myself. You see what I'm saying? Because there's a humanistic side of me that stinks. There's a humanistic side of me that's not perfect. You see what I mean? So I'm not getting up here trying to say, I'm a Christian and I'm a this and I'm a ho. No, that's not where I'm coming from. We are all human. And I believe somebody said earlier, and I'm going to be done because I'm gonna let you guys finish if you just allow me 2 more seconds. You know, I believe earlier it was said, oh, well, the Christians are held to a higher standard. Not so, not so, not so, because we are all held by a standard. Whether you're Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, whether you're Hinduism, whether you're Shintoism, we are all held by the same standard when we stand before this one true God. So no one is here. We hold people to a higher standard. That's what we do. We put people and whatever their status is on pedestals. You see what I'm saying? So thank you, Brother 84 and Brother M3 for allowing me to be on here. I appreciate
Before
the
you go, I'm
conversation.
gonna have to
Yeah,
before
anytime.
you go, I'm gonna have to give you a little pushback on that, brother. Because if I'm
Okay,
a
so
sister,
I'll stay for that.
yeah,
Go right
I'm
ahead.
if I'm a sister
But
that is
don't push me back, sister. Push me forward, please.
okay, I'm gonna push you
Don't
forward,
push me
brother.
back. Push me
You
forward.
know I
Thank
love you, but I'm gonna give you a little push
Okay,
forward in that,
no
right?
problem.
So
I'm
if I'm a
gonna
person,
let you end it on that.
yeah, I just want to say if I'm a person that is not a believer or a Christian or whatever, but I'm seeking something, and you're a Christian, and I'm interested in Christianity, I'm holding you to a higher standard to be a follower and a believer of the Christ you say you believe in and the God you say you believe in, as setting an example for me of how you live your life. So I'm just gonna push back a little bit up
But see, in
on
this
that
flesh
part.
dwells no good thing.
Well,
So
well, well.
why
No,
would
no,
you
no, no,
put a
no, no, no.
stock in me because I said I'm a Christian?
Hold on. Let me finish, bro.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, because right, Christians supposed to live a certain life that is a light and an example to the other man, so that they know that God is within you. That's what the
This is a
Bible says.
requirement of everyone.
Let your light so shine. Does it not? Come on now, wait.
This is a requirement of
Come on,
everyone.
bro. Come on, bro. Bro. I'm talking about what's in the Bible right now. I'm talking about what's in the Bible, what Christians follow, right? Does it not say, let your light so shine so that common man may know that God exists?
Well,
Basically,
exactly.
that's what it's saying.
You don't want to misrepresent yourself, but then people
right.
do need to understand too.
Okay.
Listen, people need to understand.
Bro,
about
you
the
ain't let me
Christian walk.
finish. You ain't let me finish.
There's nothing perfect about it. You are,
but you ain't let me finish. But you're not letting me finish.
All right, hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let me start mute people real quick. Hold on, everybody.
I'm trying to get out of it.
Hold on for a second. Hold on. All right. So one person talks at a time. So if they're not finished, everybody needs to zip it. All right. OG Patrice, you were still talking, so go ahead and rock out, right? And then when you're done, just let people know you're done, so then they could talk.
Right. Right. I was gonna say I digress. Yes, I was gonna. That's what I'm gonna say at the end. I just want to say, so in that way, I do push or give a little push forward in that, bro, because you know Christians should be hot. Any religion, any person that's a follow any religion should be. If you are supposed to be the example of bringing people to Christ or to God or to Buddha or to Allah or to whoever it is that you're serving, you supposed to live your life in that example. So I can see, wow, you know, bro Vaughn is doing this and God is shining. I can see the God in you. I can see that light that the Bible talks about. So that's the part I'm gonna push back on, bro. I need to see. I have one of my best girlfriends of 30 years, and I tell her that she gives me that light and that hope because I see the God in her because she lived that life, right? So she gives me that hope of that as a Christian. So I just have to push you forward a little bit on that part. Now I digress. That's all I want to say.
Okay, so again, like I said, I'm a Christian. I'm not perfect. I'm forgiven. You see, the Bible says if I confess my sins, he's faithful and just to forgive me of my sin and then cleanse me from all unrighteousness. So that alone lets me know right there that I'm not a walking perfect picture. You know, now some people do idolize people and they put them on pedestals like a lot of us do with some of these, you know, false prophets and bishops and mega church leaders. See what I'm saying? Because they have the form of godliness, but they're denying the power of God. So, you know, me personally, I like to let people know the realness in me. You know, I'm a Christian, but I may be apt to cuss. You see what I'm saying? If I cuss too much, then I know I need to pull back a little bit and say, well, God, help me with my mouth a little bit. You see what I'm saying? Oh, my temper may get out of hand. See, but that because I'm a Christian doesn't mean that I'm not going to have a temper at times. I have to learn how to master my temperament, but it's not being hypocritical because I'm imperfect. You see what I'm saying?
I
but
said
I do
nothing
understand.
about
But I do.
I said nothing about perfect.
He just said, one person talk at a time. So I was almost done with the point. Almost. So my thing is this: if you see me having flaws as a Christian, and you judge me and say, "Oh, well, you're not a good representation of Christianity," then see, you are judging me. Because there's nothing perfect. There's no perfect person on the earth, whether you're Christian, whether you're Hindu, whether you're Muslim. I don't care what your preference of religion is. No one is perfect. That's why we serve a merciful and forgiving God. But when we go to him and recognize the things that we have done wrong and be real about our bullshit, because a lot of us, we're very pretentious when it comes to our flaws and what we need to change about ourselves. And we would rather project stuff on other people, because as long as we can point out what other people are doing, then we don't have to look at the things that we need to correct about ourselves. So being a Christian is not just being perfect, and there are times that I'm a Christian, and there are times when I feel that I misrepresented Christianity, but at the same time, my heart is I'm striving toward perfection. I'm not there yet. So don't judge me because I'm an imperfect Christian, because I don't know any perfect Christians.
Okay, you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
I see. Now
I won't talk about this for about a year now.
None of that I said where I said there had to be perfection. I didn't say that.
No, I'm not saying what you said, Patrice.
Right. But you made it.
I'm making a point.
Right. You made it out of. I'm gonna judge you in a way if you're not perfect, and that's not.
But
that's
a
not
lot
what
of people do that. A lot of people do that, just like you're
right.
But how a lot of people in the church are. I'm
wake up,
bro. A lot of people.
Bro Von. Yes, ma'am. Only thing I'm saying, like as a grown person and an adult, like I know that there's no perfect person, but if I can look at Brother Von and see that he lives his life at pretty good overall, generally, you're a good person, you good heart, you those things that I'm saying, like not the righteousness, not the lying, the mischieving, the backsliding, and the total hypocrisy of everything, right? Like I'm saying that if I see you in a vision basically living a good life and being a good person to the best of your ability, falling short sometimes, I'm seeing I know the difference in, oh, you full of crap, as opposed to now he's really trying as a Christian and he really is a good person. He does good things. He has a good heart. I know the difference in that. That's what I see in my girlfriend. She's not perfect either, but I'm saying I know that there's a light that shines in her.
And I'm
you see
glad
what I'm
that
saying?
you do. And I'm glad that you do see that. But
guess what? So that's the accountability and the standard that someone that is maybe not be a believer or not be a Christian that's out here searching for something wants to see in a person.
Right.
Not saying that you have to be perfect, but you're striving to be, as the best person that you can be every day of your life. And you're generally a good person with a good heart. That's the difference. So that's the standard.
Yeah. And I agree with that. Like I said, I agree with that. It's just, when we paint these scenarios of how hypocritical this is and how this and that is, we paint a picture to where it's like all people are that way. And I know you're not saying that. And I know you're not coming from that place. But this conversation kind of leans toward that, where if somebody's listening, they may get the impression, well, then all Christians are hypocrites and all of this and that, but Christians are not perfect. Some of us
I would defend my girlfriend to the height. I would defend her to the height with her Christianity. I would.
I will definitely say that some of us are definitely full of shit. And I do know that because I grew up in the church. You see, you're talking to a person that grew up in the church. As a young boy, I was molested in the church, so I know the hypocrisy that goes on in that particular place. But it doesn't defer or deter my faith in God. You know what I'm saying? So I get what you're saying, and I hopefully that we can end the conversation with you knowing that I understand where you're coming from with your position. I just wanted to make sure you understood where I was coming from with mine. You see what I mean? I don't know.
Oh, absolutely, brother. I do. And I know nobody's perfect. And I know even Christians are not perfect. But there's a difference in the Christians that we know that are just they either so holier than thou, they no earthly good Christians. You know that they exist.
Exactly. I don't know
and they
everything.
Judging everybody, and they tend to forget that they were out in the world and they had a past too, because now they perfect. You know those Christians. That's the only thing. Or those type of Muslims, or those type of Hinduism or Buddhists or whatever. It's like they want to prejudge everybody else like they ain't never had a past. Right. That type of mentality and personality. But we probably need to have Bro Clarence say something before he fall asleep again.
Well, I want to make sure that we make sure that
need to give his final thoughts.
Okay, but I want to make sure that me and you have that virtual hug. Because I got much love for you, right?
Oh yeah, and, right back at you. You already know we good. Yeah,
much love.
We good, brother. We good.
Thank you all for putting up with me. Thank you for putting up with me. Oh my God, I don't think I'll show my face for a while now. I knew something told me to shut up. But I just
we ain't gotta have this conversation no more for the rest of the year, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh man! Now we done ran everybody else off the panel. Okay,
ran them all.
They sleepy. They sleepy.
Ran them all. Well, what was the original question? What was the question we were supposed to be answering first? It was a new question.
Miss 84, what was the new question? Don't tell me he fell asleep.
No, I'm here. It's something that that you and Mr. Brian brought up about I forgot the statement you made about people being perfect or not perfect or something like that.
Yeah, I think we settled that. We settled that.
Yeah. Like Bro Clarence, would you agree that in no religion, just like in nobody that doesn't have a religion, we all know the basis of nobody is perfect, right? But in your opinion, people that are of the faith or of a religion, do you agree that they should be held to a higher standard to be the example for people that are not?
Yes, definitely. How can you hold the people to an example? How can you hold the people that are to the same standard to a person that has supposedly more information? This person have more information, so they're held to a higher standard because they literally have the power of life and death in their hands.
It makes sense.
And so they're going to be held to a higher standard. So when people get led a wrong way, I don't care what the religion is, Islam, Christianity, whatever. When the people get led the wrong way, they're going to turn to the person that had the knowledge that directed them that way. Just like if you went to, you ask somebody, hey, I'm leaving San Francisco and I want to go to LA, and they point you towards Oregon, right? When you get to Oregon, they say, hey, no, you're not even in California no more. You're not gonna. LA is a whole nother way. First thing you're gonna do is look at the person that directed you and say, hey, you said you knew this. You said you understood this, where I was going and what I was trying to do. And you have the knowledge, but you sent me the wrong way. Now, why did you do that? See, now I went that way based on me following your example or your information that you gave me.
And Bro Clarence, would you say that with that God is going to hold you accountable for leading that person astray? Isn't that the order of things?
Absolutely.
Okay. I close my case.
That's my opinion.
Wow.
That definitely God is going to say, but if the two of you is there and the one God is going
Well, because God is going to judge the pastor if he leads his sheep astray. Is that not biblical?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you let me finish now.
Okay, go ahead, bro. Cook.
There's a pattern. There's a pattern. No, I'm just playing. I'm just joking, Patrice.
So
Guilty.
Patrice, please. All right, so all right, so if the two people will come, the pastor and the regular person, that it was their first day. Him and the pastor, their first day, they was and the pastor said, "Hey, can you give me a ride home?" And the guy who's first day in church said, "Sure, no problem." And they get into unfortunately a car accident. They go to heaven. God is going to obviously look at the pastor and say, why did you're going to have more? He's going to expect that the pastor had more good things done than the person that just got there, right? But not going to withhold in the reverse. He's not going to withhold the heaven from the man that just came into the understanding and was sincere about trying to learn more about that understanding. He's not going to withhold the analogy was made of a man that started the work, in the morning, and then a man came at almost the noontime, and he got paid the same as the person that started at 8 o'clock, right? Well, that's because the person he ain't worked as many hours, but he's gonna get paid the same because of the situation, the job that he's doing. And he's sincere and he wanted to work hard, just as hard as the person that started at 8 o'clock. The whole heaven is going to be given to him, granted to him as well. I mean, according to the book, the whole heaven is going to be granted to him as well. He's not going to be, in other words, he's not going to be held back from heaven just because he started late, right? Some of us start in Christianity early, some of us start in the middle, and some of us start late, right? But that's not going to be held against him as far as his sincerity and his deeds. And if you don't have enough deeds, his sincerity, that's what's going that was going to help him get there, and everything will be opened up to him. But definitely the preacher is going to be held at a higher standard, in my opinion.
I believe that he should be held to a higher standard, because he's a representation of a leader, just like the father, the man in the family should be held to a higher standard because he is the head of his household. So yeah, I agree with you. Brother Clarence, on that one.
It's like a cop. Cops.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Standard, right? And why? Because they have more information. They're not lawyers, but they have more information about the law. They have to be trained certain things about legalities than the average person on the street. So that's why they have to read your Miranda rights. If they don't, then they breaking your civil rights, right? And then everything that happens after that, it's subject to scrutiny by the lawyers, right? Because the first thing they're supposed to do if they put you under arrest is read you your Miranda rights. Tell you, basically, you got the right to remain silent, right? But the cops are held to a higher standard. That's why those lawyers always attack them, if they're trying to get their client off, because they're held to a higher standard, in my opinion.
Well, I guess the show ends early when you got old people on here, right? You got two dinosaurs. You know what I'm saying? So, the young people, they you get up and you fall asleep, you wake up, they still on here and they going at it. But I guess we close early when you have
I got
old
a question
heads
for everybody on the panel.
What's your question, bro, Clarence?
My question is, what made you choose or unchoose any religious understanding that you had? And are you a better person for doing that and taking that action? and I'll go first.
That's a great question.
Now, can we answer that, or I thought we were changing the subject? I don't know.
I don't know.
My platform.
If I can ask that. If not, that's fine.
No, that's a dope question. Let that run one time.
Okay, can you repeat the question, sir?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, rock out, bro.
Question to the panel is: what made you choose the religion that you chose, or unchoose a religion, and did that work for you? And is that working for you? The choice that you made to choose or unchoose a religion, did that work? Is that working for you in your life? Is that something that you feel good about the choice that you made? And I will go first myself, because I got to get out of here anyway. But I chose. Well, I didn't have a choice. So I coming up.
Wait a minute, hold on. You asked the question, so you can't answer first, but you gonna listen to our answer since you asked the question. Don't just answer the question and talk about I gotta get out of here.
Damn, she got you on that one, bro. Clarence, you stuck now. Now you gotta stay up, brother.
Hey, and
giving
you gotta listen.
I just gave an order. Okay.
Okay,
to my brother.
I'm in my recliner, so I guess I could sit here for a little while longer.
If Patrice and Vaughn will not have an answer that's an hour long,
no,
I'll wait.
We can put a timer on it. You want to put a timer on it?
I promise you I won't. I promise you I won't.
When did I talk an hour? Okay, I'm gonna leave that alone. Go ahead. I digress.
I'm just messing with y'all. But whoever want to go for it. I'll go last.
No, you could go first. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, my thing was I didn't coming up. I didn't have a choice. We were Christian. You know what I'm saying? We were that family that went on Easter and Christmas. You know what I'm saying? We put our good suits on, went in there for Easter and Christmas, and so we weren't exactly religious like every day and every Sunday, but we occasionally went to church. You know what I mean? But as I got older, I started asking more questions about the way we were practicing Christianity, and I could never get straight answers from the people I was asking. That put some doubt in me about about the understanding of Christianity, and so at the time I didn't think maybe there are other people I could go to. At that time I didn't think that way. At that time I said, well, these people must represent the way it's being done everywhere, right? So with that understanding, I said, well, maybe I better check some other stuff out. So then I started checking out other things, and I came across Islam, based on the teachings of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And excuse me, that was a really hard pill to swallow, because it took me a long time to really understand some of the nuances about that teaching. But once I got it, kind of got the general idea of what was going on, I said, okay, this makes sense to me. To me, it makes sense. And so, I had to, when I first got in there, I had to like most people in most religions, they say, this is the right religion. You should be. But as I got more knowledgeable in Islam, I realized that this is my personal journey. I realized that I can't convince another person. The best thing I can do is be an example of how they should behave. Then they can, once they see that type of continence, they may want that for themselves, and then that will start them on their journey, because it may not be Christianity. It may not be Islam that does that for them. It may be Christianity that does that for them. It may be Judaism or some other thing that does that for them. So I know that what I practice is not going to work for everybody. I understand that now as an older fella. I understand it now. When I was younger, I was like, no, you got to be a Muslim and that's it. But as I got older, I realized different things are going to work for different people based on how they are and how they were raised and their experiences and everything. So I came over to Islam, and it has worked for me so far. It hasn't been problem free, And that's, I think, the thing that people expect in religions is that you're going, once you accept a religion, it's going to be problem free. No,
Exactly.
you're not going to be problem free. You're still going to have issues no matter what religion
That is so true.
you get involved with. You're going to have, there's going to be issues and problems, and you know, your kids are going to be crazy. You and your wife, you're going to have issues. So it's going to be problems. But if you, you know, try to get a good understanding, the thing what you want is to be able to see certain outcomes in the things that you practice. If I follow these tenets, if I follow these pillars, Islam has pillars. If you follow these pillars and ways of understanding, will this benefit me? And I saw that. I mean, it was just common sense. Okay, don't do bad stuff, do good stuff. Basically, I boiled it all down to that, right? Don't do bad stuff, do good stuff most of the time, right? And if you have to do something bad, you better have a good reason for having to do something bad. Like we gotta, for example, we use the example of capital punishment, right? There's a time where this person just ain't no good, and they done proved it over and over again. The best thing we can do for the society and them is to remove them permanently, right? So that is something that we have to, you know, those are things that if we have to do something like that, it should be, we have to justify that so that we can know that we're not doing something just out of hatred for the person, but just to keep the community safe. So things like that. So that's what happened to me, and it's been working out for me. It hasn't always been problem free, but it's been working out for me. And I thank you guys, because I really have to go. I have to go, and I thank you guys for letting me come up on the stage. I stayed quiet because I didn't want to get involved in the back and forth. Shout out to Patrice. Shout out to Lola.
I know I was in a whole bunch of trouble, wasn't I? I was in a lot of trouble tonight.
Thank you. Shout out to Knowledge and Relationships, the whole family, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Y'all doing some good work over here. Keep doing everything. Shout out to everybody on the panel. My man Big Briggs, First Lady, OG, Von Bryan, Mr. Intellectual Soapbox. And my man Daryl Long was going in today, man, like a prime star.
I missed it. I got to go back and look at that. Can somebody direct me to the stream? Because I missed it.
What'd you say? 84.
Share your channel, Brooklyn. Go ahead.
Oh! My channel is Let's Talk to Better Black Life. And you can come over there, and you may see Patrice over there sometimes. You may see Von Bryan over there sometimes. You may see Mr. Intellectual Soapbox over there sometimes. You may see Daryl Long over there. You may see Big Rick Slaps over there. You may see a lot of these guys over there. So, you know, hopefully everybody feels comfortable to come on over there, man. You know, we haven't gotten as sophisticated as you, Mr. Intellectual Soapbox, where we send out stuff. But we're working on it, brother. All right, but peace to everybody. Peace to the chat. Chat where it's at. And I got to go. I will see y'all. Thank you for the invite, and I'll see y'all next time. Peace, y'all.
Definitely. Thank you, bro, Clarence.
Be good out there, bro, Clarence.
Peace, bro, Clarence. I guess I go. And Vaughn, I did post that in there, the link for you. I guess if you want to check that out.
Oh, whatever, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, no problem. So, where I'm at now, to answer Brother Clarence, I pray every day now. Like I pray and I meditate every single day. I haven't really withdrawn from all of my Buddhist practices. I would say I still practice those things more than like going to church and etc. And especially because of monkeypox, and yeah, I'm not about to risk my daughter's health and stuff. But I would say this too: the only thing that always just, I guess I can say, sits on my spirit is knowing that we have these systematic things in place that men built that are directly destroying us, and just because we can't see it, we act like, I'm not saying we, but the church will tell us just pray about it, when they're not just praying about the stuff that they need to keep their lights on, and in the church and stuff. They making actionable moves. So I just wish that together we can come together to make actionable moves, so that the church can be a representation, almost like what it used to be, like a pillar in society, where Black families was always just a part of the church. But I don't see that being the case no more. I spoke about this when I was with KWK all the time, how the streets have more influence over young Black men than God himself, or just the church at least. in the community of Christians. And there was a lot of different reasons for that, because I mean, you can feed yourself, you can feed your kids and buy diapers and stuff. And you know, you can't, it's certain stuff you can't do with prayers, that are intangible. I don't want to like go down there because I don't want to seem like I'm attacking the religion, but families have to survive with resources. And many times, like, we get told to pray and go starve. That's just how I look at it.
Wow.
Man, I hear you. Anybody want to cook on anything? Anybody? Tammy, Riggs, Vaughn, Big Riggs?
Yep, I got something real quick. So to answer bro Clarence's question is I'm pretty much like everybody. I started off Christian, but and kind of like bro Clarence said also, I had a lot of questions, and they weren't being answered, or I was being told basically don't question, like I was hella in the wrong or something, you feel me? So I ended up a few years back, I say about a good 3-4 years, just out of nowhere, going through YouTube, I ran into the Hebrew Israelites, and they was actually coming out of the Holy Bible, and they were saying things, and they was answering all my questions, man, that I was seeing. I seen them doing debates and all kind of stuff. The only thing I didn't like about them is that they just held themselves as being really superior over everybody, and I wasn't with that. I don't live like that, and I can't be swayed on anything like that. So that also kind of made me to where I am now, to where I just kind of, look at all religions, you know what I'm saying? And just try to get an understanding of everything. I'm not just going to be one thing, say I'm Christian or I'm Muslim or I'm, whatever, Hebrew Israelite. I'd rather have, the knowledge of it all. I see God as one person, and I shouldn't say one person, but I see God as one. And I feel that all the other religions basically are just kind of under God, you know what I'm saying? And their take on however is whatever, you know what I mean? I'm not one to speak on any of that. That could be a touchy subject for everybody, so I don't go into that. But I do know that there is a God. I believe in God, and that's where I'm at. I believe in God. I try to live righteous. I try to do right. I try to be positive, and that's just where I'm at with it.
Would anybody else like to share?
Yeah, I'll just say this real quick. As far as Christianity is concerned, it was very hard for me to continue in that particular faith, and growing up and going through some of the things that I had gone through in the church, because I came from the old school where we went to church on you see what I'm saying, 3 to 4 times a week plus on Sunday, you know what I mean? And so very deep rooted in there, and going through the different things that you see other people doing, and so you kind of mimic them, in sincerity, but at the same time, not really knowing. And so it was only until I knew God for myself. You see what I'm saying? Even though I was brought up in it, there came a time where I knew I had to know Him for myself, and when that time came about, man, I just didn't settle for what the okie doke was, because I saw through a lot of things, and at one point it really pulled me away from the church totally. So I was out in the street and out in the world cutting up and acting up, but like they say, train up a child in the way that he should go or she should go, and when they get older they won't depart from it. And so it was like I was prodigal, so I ended up coming back to God, but still in a way resented the church, you know what I'm saying? And I'm still in the place right now. My relationship with God is good as far as I'm concerned, and I teach this in my home, and my wife, all of us, but at the same time, our relationship with the church is a little indifferent. So I don't really lean toward the physical aspect of the church like I used to. You know, there was a time where I had a yearning, you know what I'm saying, and a desire to be around the people and be a part of the auxiliaries and put my foot in it, you know. But because of some of the things that I've seen, it's kind of pushed me away from that. But at the same time, I never did really leave God. So, you know what I'm saying? So I kind of have a relationship, how do you say that? An estranged a relationship with the church at this particular time. But at the same time, the Church of Jesus Christ, that's a whole nother story. You know, I'm affiliated with that. But as far as the building and the organizational structure of what we see now, I'm praying about that part still. So that's where I'm at, you know, and I try to live my life according to what I believe God would like for me to do. And if I'm imperfect in some areas, you know, hey, God, help me be better. Now, I'm always striving to be better, you know. So that's where I'm at. I don't really lean toward a religious aspect of it, you know, as far as saying, you know, because I'm from the Church of God in Christ, but, you know, I don't really claim Church of God in Christ, and I don't claim apostolic, and I don't claim all of these different titles and names of different organizations, you know, because they have a lot of politics involved with that, and it kind of gets off track of what God is trying to do in the church. So but yeah, that's where I'm at with it. You know, hey, if I ever find a spot that I could go and feel comfortable in, I'm open to that. But right now, I'm satisfied with God in my home.
I could dig that.
Yeah,
I'm all for that.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Patrice, I'm going to get you later because you got me up here. She knows she did it intentionally.
I'm gonna say something real quick. I'm actually gonna get off of here. I have to get up in the morning.
Yeah, right now we're gonna do closing statements, y'all. Closing statements.
Yeah, so and Mr. Bryant, you I kind of laughed at what you were saying. You sound very similar to me as far as your perspective on the church building, because I'm kind of the same way. But yeah, I mean, I started out as 7-day Adventist when I was younger, and I wasn't feeling that. So, and I wasn't feeling that. I mean, I was a kid, so we can't watch TV on Saturday and Friday night and all that other stuff. I wasn't trying to do all that. So, I mean, when I got older and I decided to go to church, I decided to go because there were people that I knew, and like OG Patrice said, I could see the God in them. Mm-hmm. So I chose to go to church. Now, in me going to church, there are things that I've seen that I'm not okay with. And I don't believe in going to a church that has a leader who is participating in certain activities that are not appropriate for a leader to be doing. And so I do hold the leader to a certain standard that I think they should be held to. And like I said earlier, this whole, he's a man like any other man, I think is a ridiculous statement to make. Because you're justifying something by making it okay, and it's not okay. And when you are a leader, you are going to be judged harsher because you know better. You know better, and you're choosing not to do better. So you're making an intentional choice not to do what you should not be doing, and yet you're telling people in the church they shouldn't be doing A, B, C, or D while you're doing A, B, C, or D. So it just doesn't make sense.
It's not cool.
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
And I mean, and I've tried to join a few different churches. So this isn't like a one church thing. My mindset currently is not that church is a bad place. Church has some not that great people. So some, not all. And so I'm the same where if I were to find a place that, I felt comfortable, that was, great, I may decide to make that decision. But I do have people that I talk to now because I've been reading my Bible more to understand God more than I have before. And I have people that help me to understand what I'm reading. Because now when I read the Bible, I'm reading it to understand rather than just reading words. And so having people that you can talk to help you understand makes it a lot better and a lot easier, and things make sense. So, And I just find it interesting where we do have these different religions and people have these different names for who they consider as God, but I just find it interesting because he has many names. So I just think it's interesting that there's these different religions that their person is their quote unquote their God, with very similar qualities. There are similar qualities, but he has many names. So I just think that's just interesting. But yeah, but overall, there's good and bad people in everything, every place, every building,
and have an open mind as well.
Right. You have to have an open mind and understand that everybody's entitled to their opinion, and it's okay if your opinion does not align with someone else's. Your opinion is not always going to do that. So, and I think that's the main issue when it comes to having discussions, is that some people cannot take someone's perspective as their perspective, and that's it. And because their opinion doesn't align with what you say, all of a sudden what you say is not okay. And this is just something I've seen, not just, whenever you watch different podcasts or even TV, or even, and I'm a teacher, even in the classroom with teachers, students. So, it's just something in general that we as people have to understand, that everybody is entitled to their opinion, and it is okay for someone to have a different opinion. And the reality is, you cannot have a discussion with people that have different opinions, then you probably shouldn't be having a discussion at all.
Wow.
Would anybody else like to share?
Well, I would say, Brother 84, listen, don't ever let me up here to have this conversation again.
Hey, man, these subjects, man, they be touchy, man. They can go all kind of ways.
Exactly. I'm so reluctant to, get up and try to share, and I don't want to come off the wrong way. And man, I don't know how.
No, Mr. Brian, you good. I just want to say this, right? I think at the end of the day, we just got to hear what everybody feels, what everybody thinks. You know what I mean? And some people gonna feel the same way. Some people gonna feel different. Some people gonna be kind of be in between. It's all good. Like,
it's just a conversation.
It's just a conversation, which is why when things get stagnant or it's taken away from the point, we have to just move on. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know we all are passionate about different things, and it's justified. Yes, be passionate about your beliefs, be passionate about how you feel, what you think, and that's all good. But you know what I mean? When we start deviating from the topic, and then when we just start kind of getting into more semantics and more of like kind of your thoughts and my thoughts, like on something.
And then we start going back and forth.
It ain't gonna never go nowhere, because it's like
it ain't never gonna go nowhere.
We're not even gonna understand each other. Yeah,
exactly.
You're right. Oh, damn! Patrice is up here. I was getting ready to talk about her. It's okay. I'm not gonna say nothing now.
I would say, there's nothing wrong with saying something that I guess you could say rubs someone the wrong way, because we control what we think about, and we control how we respond to what somebody says. And once it goes back to understanding that somebody's opinion is not the same as yours. That's okay.
Right.
And I think that's the problem, is that for some people, you don't agree with me, and now I have to make you agree with me. Now I have to make you see my side, because if you don't, it's a problem. The reality is that no matter how much you explain something to somebody, some people are just not going to see it. They're not going to get it. And so sometimes your opinion may rub someone the wrong way, but they don't have to allow it to rub them the wrong way if they just take it as this is his opinion, and then that's fine.
Right.
I just, to answer bro Clarence's question real fast and sweet, is
hurry up. No,
yes sir, Brother Vaughn, yes sir.
I'm joking.
I said it before that when I had to start asking questions that could be answered, or I got people that got upset with me because I was asking the questions. It took me on a journey of research on my own to find out, the truth about the whitewashing of religion, the whitewashing of Christianity, and just want to know myself from my ancestors. What did they practice? What was their faith or their spirituality? What was their walk? What was their culture? And in my discoveries, that's when I came to that. And because I'll tell you, that's been the most freeing thing that's ever happened to me in my whole life, because there are certain parts of organized religion that does keep you in a box, right? And I don't mean like just right and wrong stuff, like just things that you come to know for that you were taught or was said to you that you know for a fact was just an outright lie. It just coming to just little things like that, and realizing that when my day come and I have to stand before God, I can't hold my pastor responsible for what I allowed him to instill in me and indoctrinate in me, or a church or a doctrine or ideology, that I literally was responsible for my own soul and my own walk with God in my own light. So that's what led me to that in a nutshell, pretty much. But this was a good stream, good conversation. I respect everybody's opinion and views and perspective, and no matter if I disagree with them or agree with them or not, I do it respectfully. I don't dismiss nobody's opinion or views. I try to respect them and hold and definitely say, okay, I don't agree with this opinion or view, but I'm not going to disrespect it. I'm not going to dismiss it, because it's your opinion and view and you're allowed to have that. So I just wanted to say that and be clear on that, because I don't want there to be misconceptions of comments and things getting misconstrued when people say something. They're generally just making a comment. I don't know how many times we've had conversations, and sometimes somebody will just, say something that may or may not have anything to do with the conversation. And we've had to, be steered back or whatever. But and I want to be clear, my question was literally about religion. We were talking about religion. So I've just brought up a statement about religion. And I didn't think that anybody was on the panel was disrespected by what I said. That's not something I do. I don't stand for that. But I literally just made a general comment and statement. So I wanted to be clear about that. But I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the chat and their comments and their questions and things that they had. Even the brother that was on here that was an atheist, I was reading his questions and his comments and perspective, and I'm a critical thinker. So just because he's not a believer of God, don't mean I'm going to dismiss his point of view or his opinion or his comment. So I was reading him, and I was like, some of the stuff he said, I understood that it made sense in his opinion and view. So we got to just be a little bit more respectful of a person that begs to differ with you on some things. That's all.
No, OG, you're good, OG. Thank you for sharing your perspective. Thank you for everybody for coming on the show. You know what I mean? Yes. Appreciate y'all, everybody for being on the panel.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean? Listen, y'all make sure y'all like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already did it. You know what I mean? Like, subscribe to everybody, who's on the panel tonight. You know what I mean? We appreciate y'all. We love all y'all. You know what I'm saying? Definitely. We got Ladies Night coming up this Saturday, okay? Hosted by the great QB. Okay, so yes, check it out, y'all. You know what I mean? And also we're gonna put a little twist to Ladies Nights too. Gonna put a little twist, but y'all see what it is. You know what I mean? With that being said, everybody,
all right.
Have a good evening. Peace, y'all.
Yes, sir. Peace.
knowledge and relationships.